Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Pause a sec, very simple. Sorry, I couldn't come in. I was using the toilet. Hang on. She said, I investigated the conspiracy theories. No, what you've just admitted to is that you were a little conspirator. That's what you admitted to, love. Right? Yeah, you couldn't say that you were because your friend there with the squinty or squirmy face, she had just said, oh, if you were into conspiracies, she implied that must mean that you're a flat earther. So she didn't even have the honesty to say, well, people who are globe believers also believe in conspiracies like UFOs and stuff like that. I investigated some conspiracies when I was about 70. Yeah, I must admit. No, what you're admitting to is you're a conspiracy cunt. Sorry. I don't like that woman.
What?
There are secret societies everywhere. That sparked an interest in, the Masons. It's like, what are they doing behind closed doors? Mm-hmm. I think people who believe in things like the flat earth never stopped thinking it was interesting and just started believing it. It's sort of like once you start believing in the flat earth, the other conspiracies are easy to accept. But things like the government lying to us about Watergate, and the secret.
Pause a second.
Just
so
delusional.
Come on, Adam.
She's just delusional, isn't she?
Yep. If you accept the earth is flat, that means Bigfoot exists.
Well, it's easier to accept in a Bigfoot because what? It's absolute gibberish, isn't it? Because and the land, well, again, it's not though. If you listen to her argumentation in her head, she thinks we just believe it, yeah, and it's just a transition that happens. We keep looking into it so long, we just suddenly start believing it. No, we prove it, don't we? Because we're not a surface skimmer like you.
That's right, because she doesn't have to defend it. Because she doesn't have to go to the ultimate global go-to, which is it's too big to measure the curve, right? She doesn't have to do that because she's not defending it against anybody. But guaranteed, if she jumped into the arena of trying to defend it, at some point that statement would have to come out because she would know that there is no curve, and you'd have to say it's just too big. That's why there's no curve.
Look, just accept the chocolate. You believe that the royal family are lizard people. Well, look, you've accepted the earth is flat, so there's no way around it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That lizard people, time traveling, I don't know. Whatever else you want to throw in there.
Jump rooms tomorrow.
Orphan train, mud flood, mountains of trees.
Mountains, buildings. Yep, all that.
secrets of Watergate being uncovered back in the 70s, or the
Watergate was an event. There were tapes, actual physical tapes. There's no. See, what she's actually talking about is what they've accused the secularists of as being distrusting of the government. And she's shown Skull and Bones, which is shows how complicit they are in the background in their recruitment, something to distrust. It's not a merit-based system. So it's the old school DEI, yeah? And then Watergate, where they lied and cheated. Well, that's not conspiracy. It was labeled that at the time to try and make people ignore what was being said, wasn't it? To discredit what was being said. But you've just two things you've just pointed out, things that may have started out like that by insult, but turn out to be true. A bit like flat Earth. Out.
The secrets of Vietnam, the secrets of, well, let's name modern ones. People claim that 9/11 was an inside job. I am myself not saying that. I am just telling you.
What she's saying is it was a couple of Pakistani lads who'd had a weekend flying a little single propeller, managed to take over a load of airplanes, do special maneuvers, and crash them into the most guarded airspace on the whole of the planet, Neil. That's what she believes. Yeah? Look at her apologetics for saying it's an inside job. But what does she believe is more laughable, isn't it? She believes you can have gas pressure without containment.
I'll go after John. Go on, John. You might be saying what I'm about to say.
Yeah. Well, it's a category area. You ain't got, none of this comes down to belief or acceptance of a story or any of that. Like we're just like she's leading us or trying to lead us to a place where this is like something you can argue about.
Well, she used the word secrets. So, why is there secrets? She's admitting there's secrets. So, if there's secrets, then there's something for people to ponder about what the truth is of these secrets, what they are. So she's admitting that there is deception. Because to keep something a secret is to well, you are maybe not outright deceiving everyone, but you're certainly not enlightening them. Go on, Adam. Sorry.
You're keeping secrets, and you know what you're doing? You're conspiring in your secrets. The real term of conspiracy theory is to prove how people have kept secrets to conspire to do something. Yeah? It's not an indictment, it's an accusation. Yeah? But it's been twisted to become an indictment of the person making the accusation. Like they're mental. But it's not, is it? And she's now outlining these secrets, which means it's not a mental thing. It's just, it's not you being delusional, because here's the evidence. As you say, secrets is another one, isn't it? I mean, it's so dumb. Hey.
You what people will say. The moon landing is frequently added onto the list, that it didn't really happen. So if the moon landing didn't happen, did we even go into space? What is space really? And once you've just gone down that path, it adds and adds and adds, and it's just easier to start accepting that everyone in the world is lying to you.
Has she not been down that path then? She's saying that's like that's an indictment, but that's often the journey. Your first cowbell, wake bell, the alarm bell, is looking at how shit the moon landings were. Yeah, it's not that you suddenly have an epiphany and go, you can't have gas pressure without containment. Yeah, you look at it and go, oh, that's bollocks. Really? Do you know what I mean? That's where you start on these things. That's not. But it's because you then look at it. If you looked at it and went, well, I think it's probably plausible. That looks actually real. You stop, don't you? But you look at it, because it isn't, look how bad it is. And then you ask another question, you look at NASA, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I years before I came across or gave myself over to this topic, years before that, I lost all faith in anything coming from NASA because I looked at it honestly, and NASA were pumping out a load of rubbish and lies. I didn't know what the truth was. I just knew that they weren't giving it to us.
yeah, but back then, you still believed it was a ball. Did you get me?
Yeah.
Do you get me? You're not thinking space isn't even real. That's what I'm saying. You're not thinking gas pressure containment. You're not thinking any of that. You're just looking at that and going, that's fake. That's a lie. Yeah? That doesn't look genuine in the slightest. Yeah. Why would you take a golf club to the moon? You know.
Exactly. Yeah. What's the purpose of it?
Yeah.
Which seems like a really hard place to be as a human being, where we distrust everything that we see.
No, we don't see this at Strawman. It's a hard place to be. Is it a hard place to be? No, it's really easy for us. It's a hard place for you. Having to mug yourself off.
It's a hard place to be in a position where you have to simultaneously say it's too big to measure the curve, but also we measure the curve. That's the fucking hard place, lady. Might want to fucking brush up. Silly ass.
Yeah, she's a nun who's pretending she's not into that hot priest. That's what she is. And I don't believe that the fridge is real because I'm a conspiracy theorist.
There we go.
So the main question, I guess, is who do they trust? If you can't trust the government and you don't trust scientists because scientists are the people who are maybe getting paid by the government or entities who are getting paid by the government to do research, and maybe you don't understand what scientists do for a living. I'm married
like
to a
you.
scientist, so I'm fairly intimate with how scientific research is done.
You're
I've got a
intimate.
lot of friends
You're
who
intimate
are
with
in
it.
science fields.
She's intimate with science. Bree, what are you doing? You raw dogging it.
You came in at just the right time. She's about to get into her science acumen. Excellent.
She's raw dogging it. What the hell you got these two bimbos up there for? What the? Am I doing this video Tuesday?
No, we are not
you
doing
are
this
doing
ever again.
We're not doing this.
Yeah, don't bother
all right.
with it.
Everyone calm down. Let's get the book out.
You have to do this.
Nathan be about
You don't
business.
know.
You ain't trying to have
Sorry,
sex
John.
with someone.
I'll give you
Go ahead.
2
Go
minutes.
ahead, Brian. Shut up, Adam. Go ahead, Brian.
You have to do this. You don't know what level of absolute gold is in this video.
Okay. All right.
God, well, your reaction to this video is going to be, what the fuck? It's going on? Your audience
Brian.
is going to love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't mention it, right? Thanks, man.
Yeah, don't mention it. You're welcome.
You're welcome in advance. Thanks, man. So what the hell you want, Adam? Did you want to add something in there, Adam?
No, he is right. You've missed the journey on the back of Retardia as we discussed whether or not this was a salvation issue.
Do we get into that in here too?
She's nailed that down with ambiguity.
Damn, you guys are 26 minutes into. Have you been doing this the whole time?
Yeah, we've been doing it.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Oh shit, you're way ahead of me. So I'm not gonna do it. So you're gonna have to wait for my reaction.
Yeah, but that's what we want, your reaction. We want to hear your reaction. Even if you did it 10 times, you're going to react to it. Yeah, this is my second time hearing it, and I can't not react to it.
All right, let's do it Tuesday then, and I guess I'll put Ken Ham on the back burner. That's fine. I don't mind putting it. Oh, okay. All right. We doing the book or what?
Yes.
By the way, Adam, I haven't looked at anything with that book. I haven't dealt with it. I didn't do anything.
No, neither have I. I've had
Just a
a
show.
nice weekend. I had barbecues and stuff like that, so I've not had a chance.
I was shooting, man. I was doing really good. It was very rewarding this weekend for me.
Where is Flatsy? Is she not coming along to this event?
I was shooting with Says Who again and his boy. Did you know that? I shoot with him.
Mm.
He come over to my house, met my wife, everything. We went, and then we went out and shoot. He had to leave early because somebody was fucking with him about a go-kart. But other than that, yeah, I shoot with him. Sometimes. You know what I'm talking about, Says Who?
Yeah, from the Discord on a Tuesday. And on
Yeah,
Boulder.
you guys gave him a hard time a couple times, you and fucking Brian.
Yeah, so just because he's your shooting buddy, I shouldn't go easy on him, should I? If
Hold
you
on, my wife just got home. Let me go rustle her up. I'll be right back.
Right, I'm going to get a top up of wine. I will share screen.
Hold on a minute. Did you just ask for lenience for somebody?
Yeah, pussy. I'm
Yeah.
bastard. It's twice. It's twice. He was right. What was it, Brian? He was wrong on something, though, weren't he? It was only because he was wrong.
Yeah, he was wrong. I think at one point he was trying to support AI Overlord, and there was another time, I think maybe two other times where there was something he was not right about. I called him out. I didn't give a shit. Just because he's Huey's friend doesn't mean we have to leave him off the hook. I'm Nathan's friend, but yeah, I'm not left off the hook, am I? So fuck that.
Yeah, I thought it would be like the more you like somebody, the more of a standard you held them to.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. Yeah. It's the same with kids, right? If you don't care about the child, you're not going to say, yeah, you might not want to do that. That might cause injury. If then, you know, if you don't love that child or care about that child, you think, oh, that parent's terrible. As opposed to telling them, you might not want to stick that fork in that electrical socket, son.
That's the key word, if you care.
Yeah,
Don't say, you say, get a tea towel and hold it. Just if you've got a probe. I've got so many electric shocks doing stuff on it. I remember trying to change the lights, main lights for my mum. Just, my arm out for ages, actually.
I'll tell you something, right? Getting to do something quite rock and roll with the kids. So while it's a bit of a lull in views and we're doing the book and all that stuff, right? I've been sorting out things that are semi-broken, one of which is my audio interface that I got in January. Just one of the channels doesn't quite work correctly. So I said to my wife, can you get in touch with the manufacturer and ask them if they can sort that out for us? Sure enough, they get in touch and say, yes, we will replace it after I've shown them what's wrong with it. But they said, can you destroy the old one? I'm like, destroy the old one? Hell yeah, I'll get the kids involved. I'm like, you can't get much more rock and roll. It's the modern equivalent of smashing up a guitar amp or smashing up a guitar on stage. It's an audio interface, right? That's the modern equivalent. The interface for people back in the 60s between ear hole and guitar was a guitar and a guitar amp. Now, the modern interface is a modern interface. So to smash one up, I've said to the kids, we'll get the goggles on, we'll get out some big hammers and we'll smash it outside. Can't wait.
I like it. Who's filming this?
Or I'll get my wife to film it.
Yeah. Then you've got to set it to some Ozzy Osbourne type music. Make it look rock and roll.
You could sing "Born in the UK" or something like that.
Is this interface something that you could take apart, or is it an all-in-one thing?
Oh,
So let me get this straight. Huey comes in, stops all the proceedings,
I know.
says, yeah, let's get this going, and then he fucks off.
Yep.
I see he dodged my question about philosophy as well.
This is the trouble with being part of a cult, isn't it?
I had a funny story to tell you guys the other day that maybe like 2 weeks ago or so. I went to the dollar store around not far from me, and I'm leaving the store and a guy comes out of the store and if this wasn't fight the tight shirt, I would have eaten my hat. I literally stopped dead in my tracks. It was just like, holy shit, this guy looks exactly like Fight the Tight Shirt. I could have sworn that's who it was. Okay, I was just like, oh my God. Like, if there was a doppelganger or like a bizarro version of this dude, it would be this guy right here. Because he looked so much like him, it was insane. I know it's not a great story, but it like...
How do you know it wasn't?
Did you run him over?
I really don't know.
Just for GP?
Mr. What?
General purpose.
GP, general purpose. Yeah. Did you just flatten him, run him over?
No, I wasn't in the car yet when I saw him.
Oh.
But yeah, the thought really crossed my head because I was just like, I know this clown is not in.
What was that?
But-
Run him over.
Tackle him. Sorry.
He's too stupid to run over.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to my car.
Yeah, you couldn't flatten him. You could only curve him out real good. Exactly.
So you need a 4x4 to get over that chunker, wouldn't you?
Oh man, yeah, my car is too low. I can't go over with his fat ass.
You'd have a whole bunch of buggers on your undercarriage.
Yeah, maybe you can check my oil leak while he's under there, fucker.
If you leave him alive, he'll probably clean them up for you.
Shit.
How do you know it wasn't Fight the Tight Shirt?
Yeah, did you
I
shout,
can't-
Craig? Craig!
QE, we had a conversation when you're gone about this standard you're holding, that if someone's your friend, we can't call them out.
Yeah, that's fucking standard, yes.
Well, I'm friends with Nathan, and I'm friends with you, so Nathan can't call me out then under those circumstances.
It's different because he actually been in my house. All right, hold
You
on
were
a second.
supposed to say,
Yeah, hold
I'm
on,
not
just
your
hold on. I'll
fucking
be right
friend.
back.
What?
Just hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, God.
Y'all ain't friends. That's just all it is.
Yeah.
Right, I'm definitely going to get some more wine whilst you keep aggravating QE, Brian. 2 minutes.
I have to go out and get covered in a cloud of dust for a minute. I'll be back in. I'm not going to explain how that's going to happen. It just
All right,
will.
now, shut up. Now I'm back. Go on. What were you going to say?
What you were supposed to say is, we're not fucking friends. That's what you were supposed to say.
I didn't
But,
say that. I didn't say that as far as you know. That, yeah. Well, yeah. He's off limits to your dumbasses. Yes.
Okay, wait till he starts talking complete and utter bollocks on your show then. And we are saying nothing. You'll have to deal with it.
I'll deal with it then. You let me handle it.
Can we
Can't
complain
wait
to
to
you?
rip into Guess Who.
I don't think it sounds like a friend. This sounds like some kind of jailhouse relationship where somebody has to hold someone else's pocket.
The other question was yes. There's an A and B conversation here, John. Guess what see your ass out of it means?
All right. Well, I was the original antagonist. I just thought I could.
All right. Fair enough. Angels of Weiss, I hear. That's pretty fucking good.
Angels of lies, I call it.
Angel of Lies. That's another one. You guys are really good. You're getting there. All right, I'm almost ready.
Adam's gone to get more wine. Where's Hopkins?
Oh, you're racing somebody or something.
Yeah, road racing, some easy target. If you saw the guy, she showed us he bet in a race. I mean, anyone could beat this guy in a race.
Yeah. Bring in a bunch of steps, just like idiot baltards bring on their shows.
Yeah, she may as well have been showing you Craig McNeil and saying I bet him in a race, a road race.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not a boast. Not exactly Wesley Snipes you're taking on that.
So Heretic from 24/7 Politics got in touch with me. What was it, Thursday or Friday, and said, "Yeah, we need to talk." And I said, "Well, I can't. I'm kind of busy all weekend." He said, "So he was too." So I've been thinking about what the fuck are we going to talk about?
It's funny he wants to talk to you now. He didn't feel any need to have a conversation with you 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, he wrote a message to Adam. Adam was stepping in on my behalf. I didn't ask him to do so. So now he wants to have a little talk with me. I don't think there's really anything to fucking talk about.
Yeah, his comment wasn't honest. It's I need to talk to you, not we need to talk.
Well, he needs to apologize profusely to you. That's what it needs to happen.
Let's go back and see what he exactly said. I haven't looked at it in a while. Adam sent it to me. Oh, nice.
Apologies or reinstatement.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me go ahead and make it biggie. All right.
Can't have both because
Shut the fuck up.
Apology, you'll lose your shit and get banned again.
Shut the fuck up. This is what he said. All right. I'm talking to Cyclone. I'm going to reach out to QE. Don't think we can just leave him with as few words as he's been given after all this time. Doesn't seem right. He's not some scrub we can just toss aside and not look back at. Ain't right. I've been a bit absent due to general life discord at the moment, but I'm thinking that on it, he'll be in touch with me. So, wow, thanks. I'm not a scrub. What the fuck is that?
It's a confirmation that you're not going back onto that server. Read the start of it again, please.
I'm talking to Cyclone. I'm going to reach out to QE. Don't think we can just leave him with as few words as he's been given after all this time. Doesn't seem right.
Pause. Yeah. I don't think we can leave him with as few words. In other words, they're going to try and bullshit you a bit more with more words and still fuck you off out of it.
Yeah, Adam, I don't think you're going to get the result that you want out of this. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're leaving you. They want you to know that they're leaving you. They're divesting you of any authority that you had because of, that's not a good sign there.
He's not some scrub.
Yeah, at least you're not some scrub.
Right. So what I want,
that's so fucking insulting to me, personally. Adam.
That you're not a scrub?
Yeah.
do you want to be a scrub?
You would like to be a scrub?
No, you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No,
Yeah.
I understand.
Not getting it.
You're not fucking getting it. You know, you can think what you want to think, but when it all comes down to fucking brass tacks, I am the paterfamilias. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to fucking admit it or not, I don't care about your fucking egos and where you stand in your own mind. Each and every person. This is just facts. Got it?
Really? That's what I just said. Yeah. It's not that we're not getting it. It's within that you've not got what you're expecting, which is a bit more fucking respect.
A bit more.
A bucket load more. A barrel load.
He's getting disrespected there. It's not a case of more respect. He has to stop being disrespected. It's Dartford. No, sorry for talking over you.
I didn't see it like that.
Hey, Neil. Did you dig out a link to Angels of Light, Neil?
Yes, actually, I got both videos. I got the one that you reviewed when we only did about 12 minutes, and I got the original one. So, which one do you want?
Which one's the one that's in front of me?
The one that's there now is the one I.
That little piggy booked a villa. This little piggy booked a hotel.
We've all been there. 20 website structures can sometimes feel like solving a puzzle.
How tall is that mountain?
Just over 7,000 feet.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Off a flat Earth. Okay, so this is what we're critiquing. Did we want to go back and do what we've done already?
I don't know. It's up to you. Do you want to do the other one where we are critiquing it? I think we should just start it fresh.
Just go from here.
How far into it is it, like minute-wise?
27 minutes.
Nah, you missed Angel, you missed his whole thing of what you're critiquing him on.
We've already done that.
Yeah, but wasn't Adam saying something about being justified in what you critiqued him on?
Yeah, there'll be other stuff.
Oh, yeah, there's a load of stuff. At the end, because I listened to the whole thing. I listened to the original video. This guy's an etherite. Mr. Free Energy hippie shit.
Of course.
And Dave Weiss at the end, he stopped everything before they ended it so he could sell his app and talk about how he did all the experiments on this part of the app. They're hiding God. They got all the answers, these two. And you know what the sad thing is, Nathan? This guy was just begging for flat earth proof. He was like, all right, but then how does that prove earth is flat? The guy's begging for proof, and they will not give him measurements.
Is this a video where Weiss is talking to a fairly decent looking physicist guy or something? I didn't get his name.
Yeah.
I saw accidentally, because I haven't watched Weiss much in a couple of years, a clip of that interview. He's got about 3 or 4 like shorts out there with this particular interview. And there was one clip where they're talking, I think it was the one you just played, where he's talking about a mountain height of 7,000 feet or something like that. And I swear I caught a glimmer of hope. Weiss actually started to say something to the effect that the distance to the curve, it's like he started to go into Black Swan. I forget how he worded it or whatever. All I know is that I was listening to it, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like he's going into Black Swan. And then, okay, and then, and you were right, man. And then he freaking stops and he moves on. And whoever they're talking to, I didn't even pay attention, but good looking guy. And I could tell in his eyes, he's like, the cognitive dissonance, he's kind of letting it go. And he's trying to accept, 7,000 feet. No, you couldn't see that over the curve. and he was going with this is hidden behind curve. But then Weiss, for just a split second, he just was starting to go, oh no, you're the geometric curve only goes so far. He said something like that. And
I'm tired of that
you
too.
shouldn't be
He's
able
got to lay it down. He's got to lay it down how it's measured, or don't even mention it at all. Tired of these retards just messing it. They're saying it in passing. When they do mention it, it's in passing. No, that's something you got to lay down.
And I think a lot of that has got to do. It's with him and with Whitsitt, more so with Jaron, but I don't care about Jaron. But a couple of years, ever since the Black Swan, pretty much since 2020, both of them, I'm convinced, just a big spirit of pride. They can't say anything that smacks of something that Nathan would say. And as soon as they do that, they are their pride just won't let them do it. And that's what's sad, is they can't humble themselves to make the argument their own and put it into their rhetoric and go from there. And because of that, they've had to totally block out any of these Earth is just measured flat, move on arguments. And that's what's sad. And that's about 2021 on with Weiss. And, I enjoyed Whitsitt's rhetoric or his debate style necessarily more than I did any of the information he was given. So I stuck with him a little bit longer, but was never learning anything from him, and was pretty much chagrined from day one after realizing that they will not take on any of the decent arguments simply because of their pride. They can't be heard saying something that Nathan might say. And that's too bad. That's where they're at today.
How are you?
Morning, everyone.
How are you?
Oh, what's up?
Good morning.
I'm very well. In the pre-show, we've been playing what was actually last night's extended after show that got published on the basis that Adam didn't want to recover a couple of ladies that were covering Flat Earth because we'd covered it whilst we were sat around waiting for QE to turn up to do the book. Now, as is always the case, I'm always recording, and Adam said, well, can you not just put that out as a video? And I said, yeah, I can just stick it out to the members. And then when QE arrived, he's like, no, I want to cover that in its entirety from start to finish if I'm going to cover it. So don't put out your video. So I'm like, okay, I won't then. And I was like, but I don't want to cover it all again, so do put it out. So this kind of went on for quite some time. And the conclusion I came to when I woke up this morning is I won't put it out as a whole video. It's 5 hours long. What I will do is play it in the pre-show so that then at least at some stage it'll get published at the very least to, the general public on a pre-show. So 2 weeks from now, you'll find out the context depending on whether or not QE does the full entirety of that particular video on today's Quantum Eraser YouTube channel show. So I should really plug that. Let's do that first. Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel for QE Live. And guests and QE have a jolly good time talking about whatever it is they're talking about that week. So check it out. It's at about 7 p.m. UK time, 1 p.m. Central Standard, I'm going to say. Does that sound about right to you, Neil?
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's either 1 or 2, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah, be here or be sphere for the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. The other thing that got discussed in that, what has become a 5-hour members only show, it wasn't intended to be anything. It was just me sitting around waiting for book editing to happen in front of me while I have, as I've said many times, very little input on this particular stage of the book. But I'm sat around, obviously I've got to be there to witness what's going on. Not that I distrust QE or anybody who's doing the book editing, Adam, predominantly. But like I say, I do have to be there. So for the most part, I'm just sat playing games, which sometimes gets criticised. But, what else can I do other than sit and listen to the book get edited, which is what I'm doing. In any event, there was a suggestion that when we covered Angels of Light yesterday, perhaps the process could have been slowed down. So again, this was mixed attitudes from within the social circle that I inhabit, Nathan Oakley's social circle. So I've got half of the people around me telling me, great job, exactly what needed to happen. If you're going to suddenly disseminate or not disseminate, descend your argumentation into the Weiss-like bullshittery, you're on a trail of Ethereum nonsense and you'll be there in no time. And, that's just not for us, so get lost, basically. So people wanted to hear that. But on the other side of that coin, there's people who are like, no, what you should have done was slowed it right down and shown, maybe in the video that was originally aired, why there's a grievance. So there was mixed feelings. Now, the overcome for that is to say, well, I've got a daily show, I can slow it down, I can go through those videos again, and there was a huge amount of meat left on that bone anyway. So we will be doing that today, which is going back to that original video, covering it in more detail. You can go back to the show 3 or 4 days ago if you want to see the original critique and hear indeed Angels of Light talking about the outside edges and extremities of our known world, which he knows after affirming in the positive when asked. But we've already covered that, so as I was discussing this with Neil just literally 5 minutes ago, I'd rather just carry on. And if people want to hear what I've said previously on this particular video, I don't want to rehash what we've already done. We'll just cover, a bit further into the video, if that makes sense. So that's what's coming up on today's live show. Exciting times. Please share the show if you've not done so already. In the meantime, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, but you got to hear how they get into gravity on this one. It's going to make your head spin.
What, with the Weiss and the grey-haired guy?
Yeah, and David Weiss's answer is the electrostatics. Show up, And this guy's talking about a force. He's a physicist, an engineer, and he's still talking about gravity being a force.
Or any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? Eh? Nothing? Well, before we do that, right, I've got something quite rock and roll I'm going to do with my kids. I did mention this in the, strictly speaking, pre-show of today's show because I was playing yesterday's after show in today's pre-show. But nevertheless, I mentioned that the company that supplied this desk that I use, that my mic gets plugged into, doesn't often get a mention. It's like the unsung hero of me being able to flog all these microphones. But it's been, there doing its thing the whole time with a minor fault. And on in a period where there's less going on, I say less going on, it's less critical that I, get in touch with people and swap out desks. I've done exactly that. So I've asked my wife to actually, because I haven't had time. And they've dutifully said, yeah, we can see that there's a minor fault with this desk. You've not had it long. January, I think I bought it. We'll swap it out. We've got one here. It's discontinued now, but we've got one. We'll swap it for you. Can you destroy the old one? It's just cheaper than sending it to us in the post. Like, destroy it? I'm like, that's pretty rock and roll. It's not exactly smashing a guitar on stage, but the modern equivalent of a guitar amp is probably an audio interface. And this particular one does look very 70s kind of, it's got that guitar cab kind of vibe to it. So I'm going to take a hammer to it with my kids. We're going to put goggles on, take it outside and smash this thing with hammers on video. I'm going to get my wife to film it.
That sounds great, but Adam pissed me off when he said something about Ozzy Osbourne. Listen, it was the Who that smashed their equipment up. The Who.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they'd smash up the guitars and stuff on stage at the end of the concert. which is cool, right? And there was other bands that would throw televisions out of hotel windows and things like that, right? That was 80s.
That was Keith Moon too.
Keith Moon as
It
well.
was Keith Moon from The Who with what's his name? That joined the Eagles, Joe Walsh.
Yeah, well, it's very rock and roll. Anyway, smashing stuff up that's equipment for making music. That's what I'll be doing as soon as it comes, which is tomorrow. They've said it'll come. So yeah, I'll smash up my SSL 2 Plus and give a massive shout out to a solid state logic as I do so. I like it when companies look after you. Like you invest in their product, something goes a little bit wrong, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll sort you out." Of course. That's great.
Supposed to.
Yeah, but that isn't always the case, right? People don't always sort you out. Anyway, right, should we do a bit more of this Angels of Light thing? It's not Angels of Light, it's Weiss on the way of someone. Way of
Absolutely.
John. The way of Will John. Okay, so yeah, you can check one of the previous Flat Earth debate shows for the bit preceding this, but for now we're going to cover it from the 27-minute mark. Anything anyone wants to add before I press play? Death Daddy?
I'd say just make sure and pay attention to the finer points where Weiss does actually start to kind of sort of make his point. I think it'd be good for a lot of audience members to see where it is that we are generally disappointed in him when he takes something just to the edge and then backs off. Because I think this guy they're talking to really was about to just have to accept the fact. I mean, they're talking about a mountain that's 7,000 feet tall, and they've, he was just at the point of just going, oh man, well, I guess, I guess the earth has to be flat, there's no curve there. You can't, he was just about there. All David would have to have said was, well, we're seeing it. We see it. So there it is. And it's measured flat. That's all he would have had to done. And he just backs off. And that's so freaking frustrating. And I think a lot of the average people who use David a lot and think that he's doing all this stuff good, and they don't see the nuance of what's going on there. So anyhow, that's the long story of why I think that we should point out those sections.
Be able to see that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But again, I mean, refraction could not.
Infrared cuts down refraction also. Infrared makes less refraction.
Again, I'm going with these things you're showing me, so I
And as I said, don't believe anything we say.
Understood.
Don't believe anything we say. We're just pointing out these things. And the playlist I'm going to give you, we document it all so you can see that it's all legit. And then you can go out and repeat them yourself if you like.
Well, there are experiments. I mean, there's actually some very simple experiments to prove whether the Earth is a globe or a plane.
No.
There you go, right there. He's in a category error already.
Correct. Category error. Dave Weiss doesn't know that. Yeah? I've attempted to educate Dave Weiss on this subject specifically. Dave Weiss rejected that education outright. Why? Because there's a conflict of interest with the perpetuation of a nonsense science for ether. So, as a result, Dave rejected what real science was. So let's say how he reacts. The guy's just told him you can do an experiment to validate a what is question about either an aspect of the surface or the shape of a surface.
I'll give you an example. So if you have two buildings that are, say, 50 kilometers apart. So when they...
Okay, so we've got two buildings that are going to be on a flat plane measured with a linear distance apart, 50 kilometers. So linear distance on a flat plane using Cartesian systems to measure distance. Okay? So we're on a flat plane straight away with this example, sir.
They build those buildings, you know, plumb bombs. The
plumb bombs, retard. Yeah, plumb bombs. Okay, don't make any more examples. Don't talk about science. And why isn't Dave jumping in, saying, "Yeah, you've already used a flat Earth. Yeah, plumb. Yeah, perpendicular to a flat plane. To have plumb, you can only be on a flat plane. It's a prerequisite to describe it. Can't have it globe-shaped. These are axiomatic principles only utilizable on a flat plane. He's using them as his starting point. Dave's not saying anything. It's because Dave's a useless shill only here to earn money. He's not here because he earns money as a consequence of passing on good information. He's just here to bleed money out of people. Otherwise, he'd be pointing out, like I am, that he's using flat Earth prerequisites and axioms right now. Parallel? Yeah, you don't have parallel on globes. That's flat Earth prerequisite. Perpendicular for plumb. That's flat Earth prerequisite. Distance in kilometers. That's linear. You need a flat Earth for everything he's just said. Let's see how Dave gets on. Let's see if Dave points out any of this.
The buildings are always built perfectly vertical, so
you're going to need a flat Earth to be perfectly vertical to, perpendicular with respect to. That's a flat Earth prerequisite.
On a globe.
No, there is no on a globe if you're perpendicular. There is no parallel anything on a globe. On a globe, those principles don't hold water.
The buildings should look like this, right?
Yeah.
No. They should they, Dave? Why are you agreeing with him? So he's being given a principle that doesn't withstand axiomatic scrutiny, and Dave the shithead is agreeing. Oh, really? Where in unholy hell does Dave get the gall to suggest that you can agree with an axiomatic principle being defined? No, he used the word parallel and then said on a globe they'd be pointing away from each other. What axiomatic word describes that, Dave, for you to agree? What you mean is, no, we wouldn't have the prerequisite parallel, plumb, or perpendicular that you described before asking this question, you grey-haired tosser, with your plumb bomb. That's what I'd say to him. But Dave instead agreed. He's a shill, a charlatan, a shithead. I don't want him in our community. The guy's a wanker. You're a wanker, Dave. Why did you agree with him? He's talking about a principle that defies axioms on a globe, and you're agreeing. What a wanker. Now, does anybody appreciate now why my disdain for the stooge Angels of Light, who is alongside this shithead charlatan lying grifter, skimming money off this community, whilst agreeing with things that defy axiomatic principles that prove a flat Earth? He's agreeing with something that defies the flat Earth proof. That's what he's just done. I don't want him here. I don't want Dave here anymore. You don't belong here, Dave. Go ahead.
Sorry, Nathan. And Angels of Light could have intervened at any time. He knows that was discussed here and laid it out for the guy. The guy was ripe. He was ripe. He was begging for flat Earth proof.
Well, he's just given 3 flat Earth prerequisites and then said on a globe, buildings face away from each other. What a complete defiance of the 3 flat Earth proving prerequisites you just described before saying it. Wasn't the answer that Dave gave. He agreed. Get out of my community, Dave, you shithead. Go away and leave us all to prove a flat Earth without you messing it up from within. That's what you're doing. No, Dave, you don't have buildings tipping apart like the man described to you for you to agree with him. Why are you agreeing? Who's with me? Why the hell is this man in my community? Why are you here, old man? Retire, you're a dumbass.
Right? So at 50
I know where you're going with this. I know where
You're laughing about it. You're not pointing out that he's utilising 3 flat Earth prerequisites. Instead, you've agreed with him and are now laughing about it. You're a shill. Get out of my community, Dave Weiss, you shill. Don't laugh about this. This is a freaking outrage. Don't give this man money. ever delete his app, demand a refund. Because he's not here to prove a flat earth to you. When he's offered them on a plate in the form of prerequisites, parallel, perpendicular, and a plane of reference for a distance in kilometres, he's not agreeing or pointing that out. Shill, scumbag, grifter. You're just here for the money, Dave. That's the only reason you're here, because there's money here. Because people have got money, therefore you can have it off them talking about what they love. And I'm sick of you con man. Frickin' grifter in a community that I love. It's an outrage. It's disgusting that you should even be considered a flat earther. You're not. You're a con man.
You got this from too, and
he's got this one, has he? Defying axiomatic principles that prove a flat earth. He's got it, has he? He's got it covered, has he, Dave? Shill, grifter, con man, get lost. Get out of my community. Not Dave's. Yeah? Of course, Dave's the one with all the popularity, because he's helping our opponents.
And it's been done. The World Trade Towers were built right next to each other, right? Yeah. And on a globe, the top should be...
Oh, so Dave's now the flat earther talking about what things do on a globe. Shill, conman, grifter, arsehole. No, Dave, axiomatically they can't be next to each other, parallel, unless they're on a plane. How far apart were they? In a measured linear distance, proving a flat earth. Isn't what Dave's saying. He's now launching into examples of what they do on a globe. Making sure the argument stays alive. We're trying to kill it. He's resurrecting it. I hate Dave Weiss. You're a scumbag, Dave. Yeah? You don't deserve the title Flat Earther. Flat Earth Dave, Shill Dave, Scumbag Dave, Grifter Dave, Con Man Dave. You're a con man. Why are you launching into what a globe does? Why would you ever call yourself a Flat Earther?
Farther apart than the bottoms.
Oh, would they? Is that what it would do on a globe, would it, Flat Earth Dave?
But they weren't. But you can't measure accurately 50 miles.
Sure you can.
Sorry, you can't measure 50 miles unless Earth's flat, Dave. Flat Earth miles, he gave it you in kilometres, you stupid retard that can't keep up with what he gave you. He gave you a distance in kilometres, not in miles. Dave's a spastic, he can't even listen to his opponent, let alone address the Flat Earth evidence he didn't even hear. He heard miles when the guy gave him kilometres for how far apart the buildings were. Now, Dave's completely ignored everything the man said, literally everything, and launched into what it should do on a globe. As a flat earther, that's what he just did. Meanwhile, he wasn't even listening to the guy's example, was he? You want this man, Dave Weiss, to be your representative as a flat earther. He's a con man. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat. I'd be rubbing this grey-haired old sod's face in it. He's the one who brought up kilometres. They're linear. We measure them and utilise them daily. They're a fact of friggin' life, and we require Earth be flat to use them. That's why the maps are flat and the scales are flat. Because they're a flat linear distance measurement. And yet measurements of miles are a flat Earth proving prerequisite. Is Dave pointing this out, or is he laughing and giving you how things should work on a globe? Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. This shithead of a flat Earth shill, Dave Weiss, is telling you, the audience, how it should work on a globe. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen? Ostracise this con man from your life.
You could use... You could
get a grip. That's what you could do, sir. You could find the words to form a sentence.
Okay, when you use lasers and stuff like that, that might introduce issues such as refraction and things like that. But you could use those super highly accurate civil engineering GPSs. What you do...
A GPS on a Cartesian system. GPS that uses miles and kilometres also. For accurate, linear, flat distances. GPS is flat. Now let's see if Dave, the shield, the con man, the grifter, the guy who's here to help our opponents prop up the idea there's an argument to be had here. There isn't. Both sides are talking about things that require Earth to be flat. It's just one man, Dave, is talking about how it would work on a globe, while simultaneously failing to point out every flat Earth prerequisite that his opponent's given him. That's because Dave's only here for the money. He's not here to prove a damn thing. If anything, what he's actually here to do is remind you how, quote, it would work on a globe, end quote, flat earth, shill, shithead, to be ostracised, Weiss. Get him out of our community. Go to his fucking comments and tell him to get lost. Say, get lost, Dave, you're not a flat earther. All you do is tell us how it should work on a globe, end quote, you. Go and tell him to get lost. So get out of our community, Dave Weiss. We're sick of you telling us how things should work on a globe. We don't need you telling us how it would work on a globe. We need you pointing out how every single example out of this man's mouth required Earth to be flat. That's what we need, Dave Weiss. And we're sick of you. Just bleeding us dry for money, you fucking grifter. Get lost. Go and sell some shit. Go and sell double glazing. Because that's what you are, Dave. You're nothing more than a double glazing salesman.
You go 50 kilometers apart to...
You'll need a flat earth to go 50 kilometers apart. Now you managed to actually rustle the intelligibility to put a full sentence together. You've just proved a flat earth with the only sentence that was complete.
Two nearly identical buildings. And if the Earth was a globe, they should do this. So you put one of those super tracker GPSs on the base.
So we put one of the flat earth Cartesian system using GPS trackers on the base of a building that utilizes level terrain to be erected. And we're going to go to a different building that's a flat earth linear 50 kilometers away. Yet you've proven a flat earth 3 times over. Dave Weiss is just telling us how he knows how he's going to give his next globe evidence and how it should work on a globe.
Of each of the buildings, you measure the distance. They're
Then you proved the flat earth when you measured the distance in linear kilometers.
accurate within like 2 or 3 centimeters. They're
Really? So you're accurate within 2 or 3 centimeters, also linear, will be flat earth proving in terms of how flat and linear that centimeter will be. Because it can only be flat. It's a linear tool for measuring distance, in this case, centimeters and kilometers. Yeah, you're going to need a flat earth for that, sir. So before we go any further, get on your fucking knees and acknowledge how flat Earth must be for your shithead, stuttery, incoherent example that Dave Weiss isn't highlighting because he's a grifter and a con man and a shill and only interested in getting to the end of this process so he can plug his app. That's the only reason Dave's here. He's not here to tell you about flat earth proving kilometers or centimeters. No. He's just playing for time until he can shill his app. Because that makes him money, doesn't it? Yeah, he's not proving Earth's flat, people. Go and tell him. Nathan says get lost. Nathan says you're not welcome here. Nathan, the one who proves Earth's flat with kilometers, over and over again, when critiquing the shit that you presented to audiences with a newbie who self-confessed doesn't know anything about flat earth. Yeah, that's what Dave Weiss is here to do, to fuck things up royally from within. And he's achieving it greatly. So it's up to you now, audience, to go and dispense with the shill known as Dave Weiss. Tell him to get lost. Make it abundantly clear that you're unsubscribing from his shitty channel. Make it abundantly clear that you no longer support him in anything he does, because what he does is of detriment. Make that obvious to shill Dave Weiss when he tells you this is how it should work on a globe. Tell him you don't want him here anymore to tell you how it should work on a globe. We've advanced beyond people who are just here to con money out of a community. People who are only here playing for time till they can shill their app. People who don't concern themselves with pointing out flat earth prerequisites. That's Dave the con man Weiss, and I'm sick of him being here. I'm sick of Jaron, I'm sick of Ranty, I'm sick of all of these shill con men who pretend to be flat earthers. They're not. I am.
They're crazy accurate. And then you take the same GPS.
Crazy accurate on a flat earth. It's linear.
You put it on the top of the buildings.
Top of the building measured off a flat earth. Height. Altitude measured off a flat earth with respect to sea level. Flat earth proving prerequisite number 4.
Now
you proved the flat earth 4 times, should be the words coming out of Dave the Shill, con man grifter's mouth. They won't be. They're coming out of my mouth, which is why no one's watching me. Which is why I don't get recommended. Which is why I absolutely and completely rely on people sharing this. My rage and frustration at a con man, Dave Weiss. It's the same rage I had for Angels of Weiss yesterday. Same exact rage. Because I'm sick of it. I love this community. Dave doesn't. He loves money.
There should be a difference at 50 miles, probably.
Linear miles, flat earth prerequisite, flat earth proving. You can only have this distance if earth is measured flat. And it is! Every map ever, every scale ever, every marked mile ever, all linear. Without exception, we will require earth to be flat for this. Yeah?
Probably from the top and the bottom of both buildings, maybe.
Measured off a flat plane. Your prerequisite number 4, my friend. You keep reiterating flat earth prerequisites to demonstrate how accurate you can be.
A meter or 2. And
flat earth prerequisite number 3. Yeah, they'll be linear.
That should be easily measurable. So
on a flat earth. Yeah, and only on a flat earth. Are we all clear, audience? Dave's a shill. He's a con man, he's a grifter. He's only waiting for his time to sell his app. What am I doing? Every second word this man says proves a flat earth. And I'm screaming it at you as an audience. Yeah? I'm doing it literally till I'm blue in the face. Proving a flat earth. What's Dave doing? He's just counting the clock down till he can tell you to give him money. That's all he's waiting for.
That would be an experiment that...
Not an experiment. Category error. Flat earth prerequisite measurements are not experiments.
Should be...
Did you hear that, Dave, while your stuttery opponent that you're not affirming the flat earth using prerequisites that he's got for you? Yeah, Dave, yeah? Can you hear this? It's not science, you scammer. Do you remember shutting me down while I tried to educate you in this, Dave, you scammer? Yeah? You were more interested in covering your boy Whitsit's back and Jaren's back for your ether con. Because that uses quite a lot of science lies, doesn't it, Dave? So you weren't interested in hearing what science was when I tried to tell you, were you, Dave? You shut me down, didn't you, Dave? Yeah? Told me all about your boat that you paid for with the money that you conned out of flat earthers. Yeah? Should we go and have a little look at Dave's messages to me about his boat that he pays for with all the money he cons out of you lot, my audience and his? You call yourself a flat earther, my audience? Yeah, Dave laughs at you. Every time he took your money for his app, he laughs at you because he goes away on his boat that he pays for with it, knowing full well that he isn't giving you a damn thing for that app. Just a way of bleeding money from you. And when he has an opportunity to learn what science is, he rubs that boat that you, my audience, and his paid for in my face, rather than actually learning what science is so he can address this stuttery twat. Nah, Dave didn't want to know what science was because it competes with a different grift. The ether grift.
Pretty easy to do. You just need to get your hands on those. I think they're called. I don't have a.
I don't know if it's going to be a single sentence ever that comes complete from this man.
Yeah, they're super high precision. They use them in civil.
Super high precision what? Sentence fragment.
Engineering. They're good within a couple of centimeters.
Oh, so they'll be requiring a flat earth then. That's a linear distance, isn't it, you stupid old man? Yo, idiot! You've just proven a flat earth with how accurate your centimetres will be. You won't be doing that on a curved surface that are a linear distance. You stupid retard. So you will require my flat earth I demand you should be on your knees acknowledging. Yeah, and that's what you get from me too, you stuttery old tosser. Get on your knees and acknowledge how earth must be flat for this accuracy you're professing. Yeah? Oh yeah? It'll be a very accurate linear distance, will it? On your knees! Acknowledge our Earth must be flat for this accuracy you feign. For a globe. Which it isn't. On your knees! What's Chuckles Dave the Shill gonna do?
So that way if the tops of the buildings and the
tops, as in measured off a sea level, flat earth surface level, flat earth prerequisite number 4 that Dave hasn't mentioned, because he's a grifter, a con man, a shill. He's not interested in proving Earth's flat to his audience.
The bottom of the building have the same...
Bottom, what? Closer to surface level?
Distance than the Earth is
a flat surface plane for the linear distances you've just described and heights above surface level. Yeah, you use quite a few flat Earth prerequisites, mate. I'm the one pointing them out. Not your shill con man grifting Weiss opponent.
What are you smiling at?
Have a look at
flat. If there is a difference between the top and the bottom, then the Earth is
a flat plane to measure the difference off a surface level that you must have in order to measure that difference. Man, there's a lot of F's and S's in that. Just about managed it while I'm trying to half read a super chat. Thanks for exposing these shills and showing us Earth is measured and utilised flat. Everybody does it. He's doing it. Dave Weiss would do it. Dave Weiss will whistle straight past it. He'll allow his opponent to use it and then suggest that those very accurate linear flat Earth measuring distances somehow prove a globe. Dave will allow that. It's because he's only interested in money. Dave Weiss, that is. He's a con man and a grifter and a shill. Here to bleed you personally, Vidali, of money. I mean, no doubt that you bought his app, Vidali. Yeah, that's Dave Weiss conning you. Being a con man, a fraud, a grifter, a shill. A con man only interested in money, because if he wasn't, he'd be proving Earth's flat and pointing out the category error this man's using when he suggests that the accuracy on a flat Earth in centimetres that he's appealing to isn't science. Dave Weiss wasn't interested. He was more interested in rubbing in my face how good his boat that he paid for with your money is. Oh, got the whirly whirl.
a globe.
What do you say, Angel?
Well, you
bear with us while we have
gotta
the
remember
whirly whirl.
though, we've done observations like I've got a.
So this guy's a newbie. This guy came on our show yesterday and said, I don't know why you're having a go at me. I'm a new flat earther. I don't know anything.
can share it
Dave
if you want.
just
I'll
needed
on
a
screen,
stooge,
just
though.
show-
Dave needed this stooge. Yeah? This lying stooge that didn't know anything to back him to make Dave seem more credible. Yeah? So I don't know what Dave's doing. He's not vetting the stooges he sits next to, because the guy came to us yesterday, admitted to being a bullshitter, and then said, oh, it's only because I'm new. I've only been on your show 5 times. Therefore, lying through my back teeth's okay. Yeah, that's the level of critique that Dave gave this guy before putting him in front of thousands of people.
But just one other thing is how tall this building, because at 50 miles.
Sorry, how tall the building is, Dave, will be measured off a surface level and require a flat Earth to do so. Are you going to point that out, Dave, you shill, you con man, you grifter? Are you just here to Jew as much money out of people as you possibly can? Is that your only purpose?
Could the buildings even see each other?
Sorry, the buildings don't have eyes, Dave, you fucking retard. They don't have eyeballs, they don't have eye sockets, they don't have skulls or brains, they can't function images. They're buildings. You're a fucking retard. Go and tell Dave he's a retard. Go to his comments and tell him. Buildings can't see each other, Dave. Yeah? They don't have the capability of sight. You total spastic. That is called anthropomorphization. Dave is anthropomorphizing buildings and giving them human-like qualities. Retard. You don't represent me, Dave. You're a retard. You've just anthropomorphized buildings and asked whether or not they can see each other.
And if we do see them, doesn't that prove that the Earth is not curved?
Well, according
if you measure a distance that the opponent was just talking about at length while he stuttered his way through half sentences, you'd understand that your non sequitur example in response ignored every flat Earth prerequisite you managed to use here. Dave, you useless twat! Why are you in my community, Dave, you useless twat? I hope my audience is in your comments telling you this. That's bugger off, you useless twat. Why are you even here? Oh, it's to con us out of money. Yeah? Because you're good at that, aren't you, Dave? Yeah? Good at monetising us. Yeah? Good at bleeding money out of us, yeah? Where's the flat Earth proof then, Dave? You're supposed to be flat Earth, Dave. All you've done is told us so far what would happen on a globe.
according to your theory, you should be able.
Theory? No, theory comes after experimentation. If you understood what science is, Dave definitely doesn't. He's not going to correct you on this.
To see them, but again,
theory about seeing things, the anthropomorphized buildings.
And we introduce things like refraction and things like that.
Refraction? What refraction? There's no difference in mediums that we've described in anything you two idiots have discussed. So what refraction? What are you babbling about? Neither of you two idiots know what refraction is. I absolutely assure you of that.
But if you take the optics out of it and you
Sorry, if we take the optics out of the two buildings that Dave just anthropomorphized seeing each other,
use those, you use GPS.
So we're going to use a Cartesian flat system that requires linear distance measurement on a flat plane, Cartesian in nature, flat in nature. Okay, so we're going to need a flat Earth for this then, you old tosspot. Let's see if Dave points that out. Or if Dave's just here to con and shill flat earthers for money. Because it's going to be that false dichotomy. Either he points out that we've got flat earth prerequisites in what this man said, or he's a con man.
Then you're not really invoking any refraction or light issues or...
What, when we measure linear distances on Cartesian systems? No, that's right, dude. If we use GPS Cartesian flat systems, we don't invoke refraction, but we weren't anyway. You, a fuckwit, don't know what refraction is. Dave, a con man, a grifter, a shill, he doesn't know what it is either.
Laser measurements or anything like that.
Laser measurements that will give you accurate linear centimeters. Flat.
You could actually get a pretty accurate fix on them.
Yeah, on a flat earth for the linear distances that you'll read off that tool.
Well, Matthew, on screen, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Sorry, why are you taking charge of this conversation? You came on my show yesterday and pointed out that you're just a fucking newbie and you don't know anything, Angels of Light. But yet you seem to be taking charge of this discussion like you're some sort of expert. You're not. You're a lying shitbag. That's what you actually are. That was demonstrated here yesterday to my audience. But yet you're taking charge of this discussion like you've got something to say. Why aren't you just claiming that you're a newbie? Or is that only when people point out that you're a bullshitter that you suddenly appeal to how new you are? Right here, right now, in front of this man, you're going to profess to being some sort of freaking expert, are you, Angels of Light? Yeah, you're just like Weiss, aren't you? Just another con man.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so this is Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. This is 57 miles in distance away from the observer.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The distance, if claimed, measured, would be flat and linear. Did this newbie point that out? Dave, why have you got this newbie here? He doesn't seem to be pointing out that the measurement he's appealing to is a flat earth prerequisite. Instead, he's just coming on my show after the fact and getting told off for being a lying shitbag just like you. You recruited this man, eh, Dave? He's just a newbie. That's what he told me after you vetted him. No, you didn't vet him, did you, Dave? You just needed a stooge for your con. It didn't really matter how good he was. And him coming to me and telling me he's new doesn't matter, even no one's going to see that either, are they? Me pointing out that Dave recruits shitheads that lie to be stooges for his con. That's not going to be heard much either because I get censored. Dave, who's a grifter and a charlatan and a con man in this flat earth community, he gets promoted. No censorship affecting Dave.
Now, this was taken at Grandmere State Park across to Lake Michigan. They're both elevated.
Really? So flat earth prerequisite number 4 from your opponent that hasn't been pointed out. We're going to whistle past this in an example that keeps the idea that there's an argument between flat earth and globe earth alive, while we whistle past all flat earth prerequisites so far too from this newbie, self-confessed lying shitbag, Angels of Weiss. Whoops.
If you calculate the observer height is 600 feet above sea level, and
so flat earth proven. So he's going to whistle past it just like I predicted.
And Chicago skyline, the base.
Yep, we're going to talk about Chicago skyline so we can argue about it like it's a flat earth versus globe earth argument, with refraction being the obvious shill topic of the day that's going to be used. He's already said it 4 times. Meanwhile, we're going to use flat earth heights off sea level to describe this example to keep it alive in the idea that we're not measuring a flat earth for heights off sea level. This seems pointless. This seems like it only serves one purpose, keeping an idea that there's an argument to have alive. Dave Weiss is a shill. So is Angels of Light. They're here keeping an idea that there's an argument to be had alive, whilst ignoring the flat earth measuring facts that they are utilising in their example. Height off surface level proves Earth's flat. Distance in kilometres or miles proves Earth is measured flat. Maybe if we just ignore that and talk about how Chicago skyline shouldn't be there on a globe, it'll seem like this argument's still alive.
Is 577 feet above sea level.
But then we've got a flat earth to measure to give us this description of height above sea level. That's the end of the argument. Unless we've got shills that are only here to grift money out of us, that can then take that flat earth proving fact and move forward like there's an argument to have with the flat earth measurements that have just been used.
So you minus that to get the actual height above sea level, which is...
Do we? So we're definitely going to be calculating with measurements on a flat earth then, are we, you shill, shitbag, lying scum, angels of Weiss?
23 feet, and then you add 6 foot for the camera height, and you get 29 feet. Now...
Really? That's absolutely fascinating. So we've proven Earth's flat with our heights off surface level.
At this distance, there should be over 1,600 feet of curvature.
This man has just told you how much Earth curve there should be, end quote him. Exclude these wankers from your life! He's just told you how much ball there should be. Are you hearing me, audience? There's 81 of you. There's a tiny number of you that are actually getting this message. Weiss and angels of Weiss are telling you how bally it should be with flat earth measurements. Yep, that's right. They're telling you how ball-shaped it should be with flat earth measurements that they don't point out can only work on a flat earth. They'll, even without a hint of irony, use the term sea level for the heights. They're not going to mention that that's game over. No, they'll carry on like there's a freaking argument going on. There isn't. That's the point. Go ahead.
Nathan, you got... Well, good morning.
Morning.
Second of all, I don't know, just to contrast you from, seems like the cardiac arrest you're having over these guys. You got to understand, like, that you can't have the new hotness if you don't have the old and busted, right? The old and busted is you're supposed to have blah, 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 this amount of ball. The new hotness is Earth is measured flat. You got to have that contrast, and there are going to be people who are going to want to hear that. So I understand your frustration, and these guys suck, but yeah, they're just gonna run around and keep doing that. And like you said, to keep the idea that there's some sort of a debate alive, I completely agree with that. But yeah, you got to have the old and busted so that you can appreciate the new hotness. That's all I'll say on that.
Sure. It just seems like we figured out a year ago, approximately, that the old and busted is extremely beneficial to our opponents, because the old and busted is the only way our opponents get to have the discussion. Without the old and busted, there is no discussion of a globe. There's only the flat earth measurements. So therefore, keeping the old and busted going is our opponent's best chance of keeping their argument in this race at all.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But what you're saying is, it's just the old guard. Dave Weiss is just the old guard doing the old and busted. Yeah, and maybe I'd have some empathy for that if I hadn't gone out of my way to educate him, Jaron, Ranty, Jose, all of these wankers, these turncoats, these shills. And when I do, they turn around and rub it in my face and call me a scammer. That's what's happened consistently for 5 years. I try and help Dave Weiss, and he rubs in my face how he's scamming people for app money for his boat. That's literally the facts. You've seen the messages, right, Chocolate?
Yes, and that's why I can understand the vitriol. You have complete pass on that for me.
The pass for the audience's benefit. Yeah, this isn't just like over dramatized, me making it seem like no, Dave is paying for his boat with the money he gets from your app. This is a fact he rubbed in my face while I tried to educate him on science. So he could have taken the win with this dude that he's talking to now. He wasn't interested in the win. He was interested in making sure I knew that your money paid for a boat that he was entertaining Whitsit and Jaron on. Yeah, that's right, Jaron, the turncoat, the guy that's now telling everyone we're all idiots. Yeah, that we just don't understand while he talks to Simon Dan. Yeah, Dave Weiss is entertaining him on a boat you paid for with the money that he got from you to entertain those shills on his boat. That's right. He rubbed that fact in my face rather than taking a lesson in what science and the scientific method is. Those are the facts of this matter. Dave is a charlatan. He is only here to help our opponents, and he'll literally entertain him on a boat you paid for.
Now, that top building there, the tallest one, Willis Tower, that's only 1450 feet high.
Off a flat Earth.
So the top of that building, tallest
measured off a flat Earth, that we're going to whistle past.
One that you're seeing there should also be below the curve.
Oh, sorry. So we're not going to point out that the height we're measuring, the only measurement being discussed, the only thing being measured, proves a flat Earth. What Angels of Weiss has just done is told you how much Earth curve should be there. I'll just say it again so we're absolutely abundantly clear. Cut them out of your life. They're not helping you. Dave has intentionally put this person in front of this audience to tell them how globe-shaped it should be. Because that's precisely what he's doing whilst ignoring all flat Earth proof. Those are the facts in this matter. Shout out again to V. Dilly, who says, how would you suggest we use the black swan argument without bringing up no drop over distance over a falsified globe radius of 3959 miles? I mean, the 5-year-old argument that is the black swan was, and I quote, the last time we begged the question. Oh, right, we must assume a globe was told to us preceding 2020. You must assume alongside us that Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. Our response, okay, if we must assume Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And the black swan shows the distance to horizon measurement beyond that physical limitation as denoted by the oil rigs at a set, fixed, linear, flat Earth proving distance. Now in 2025, I've got a flat, linear distance. That's it. I don't need anything else. Now, our last chance saloon, the Black Swan, for begging the question of a globe, something that our opponents insisted we did up until 2020, was demonstrate that even if we, your opponents on the globe, begged the question with you, in our modus tollens logical consistency that undoes the assumption in the pre-stated section with an assumption of an Earth sphere radius 3959. That's a modus tollens logical consistency that, to my knowledge, has never been accurately used by these shills, Dave Weiss or any of these people. They don't use the Black Swan. They feign an attempted use of the Black Swan and then tell you how bleeding big a ball would be. That's what they actually do. They never tell you that the distance measured claimed by Earth curve maths and then lay it out at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is violated in the Black Swan picture because we have a set fixed distances by way of oil rigs cemented to the seafloor. Dave Weiss ain't pointing that out. We don't have to either. Why? Because if we're going to appeal to the Earth curve maths, we could easily point out that there's a surface level and parallel eye level in it. Far quicker, you want to appeal to Earth curve maths, perspective hijacking in nature. Why? The surface level in it. There you go. You want to appeal to this maths that suggests there's an Earth curve. Well, then you'll need to measure surface level. What's that? You don't want to admit there's a surface level? Well, then get rid of your maths then. I don't care. Oh, what, you do want to use surface level because it's in your maths? Welcome to flat Earth. Oh, you don't want to be welcome to flat Earth? You do want to use your maths that uses surface level, but you want me to ignore that your maths uses surface level. I don't give a shit. I don't care if you use your maths and ignore surface level. I know it's got surface level in it. It's right there in the maths parallel with eye level. You don't have to freaking like it, but Earth will be measured flat, for an assertion that the black swan utilises as a last chance saloon in 2020 for the ballers to beg the question that we have a sphere Earth radius 3959. That's not now. It's 2025. Earth's measured flat with every example you can ever show anybody ever, including but not limited to Earth curve maths. I've done it with these numpties examples. They're pointing out how Chicago skyline should be behind Earth curve. What, when you measure a linear distance on a flat Earth? When you have a parallel eye level with surface level? When you infer that there's a distance to a geometric horizon because at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height off a flat Earth, you can infer a geometric obstruction? No, you're going to need your height off a flat Earth! And I will say it till I'm blue in the face, because that's what I do. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm not here just for the money. I scrape a living out of flat Earth. And I'm tired of it, while I've got wanker Dave Weiss rubbing in my face that he's conned my audience and many others who've been corralled into a nice little group to be disbanded by his shill compadre, Jeren, who got a ticker tape parade, according to another shill. Yeah? These people are all in cahoots and all doing quite nicely. They've got frickin' boats! Me, I've got to do 3 jobs. I've got to try and write a book, I've got to try and flog microphones, and I've got to try and keep a heavily censored YouTube channel afloat. That's what I've got to do, just to sustain myself. Dave Weiss is laughing in the sun on a frickin' boat, entertaining people who will later go on to tell you that Earth's a ball. That's Jeren. That's what Dave Weiss is doing. The guy's laughing it up. Why the hell shouldn't I have utter disdain for him? I hate the man. How dare he glean one dime out of this community that I love, I've built, I've proven the facts in the matter to my audience, for him to fuck it up, take everything that I do and ruin it for money, to profit from it. It's a complete outrage. How dare he? You really triggered me, Chocolate. It's your fault. It's not.
Oh yeah, I was the one that.
On this observation.
What is the observer height here?
We need
what's the observer height? So one of the flat Earth prerequisites, number 4 in your case, sir. You need to know that, do you? Yeah, you will for your Earth curve maths, like in response to Vardalee. Yeah, you need a flat Earth prerequisite.
do the calculation above sea level.
So we're going to need a flat Earth to get this answer. Yeah? We all hearing this? I'm not making it up. These people aren't interested in proving flat Earth.
It's 29 feet.
That's not.
That's a flat Earth proof right there. Yeah.
A sea isn't that a lake?
Is it level? The sea?
What's the calculation above? How high are they above the lake?
Yes, that's
above sea level in terms of height above the surface level that we'll be measuring. The only measurement that's taking place so far is our height.
That's what I need to know.
Because
yeah, we need to know this height of surface level. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Sea level doesn't matter, and a lot of.
So Dave Weiss. Yeah, let's just go on camera to do this. We'll listen to it again while I prepare myself so I can say it as calmly as possible. Right? Let's just listen to Dave Weiss in response to the flat Earth proving prerequisite sea level, the only measurement that's being taken place, that I'm literally screaming till I'm blue in the face is a proof of a flat Earth. Let's hear what Dave Weiss has got to say about that.
That's not a sea. Isn't that a lake?
What's the calculation above? How high are they above the lake?
Yes, that's what I need to know.
Because sea level doesn't matter. And
unsubscribe from David Weiss. Go and tell him Nathan Oakley sent me to unsubscribe to you, Dave Weiss, because you told me sea level, a flat Earth proving prerequisite used in all measurements, in every example you use, doesn't matter. So I'm unsubscribing because you're a shill con man and you're only here to get money out of us because you're not interested in proving flat Earth. In fact, when there's a flat Earth prerequisite on the table and being used for measurements, you say, quote, it doesn't matter. You're a con man. Just let him know.
Honestly.
Nathan Oakley sent me to tell you, Dave Weiss, that I'm unsubscribing, and tell him the reasons why. Good.
I honestly can't believe he just said that. Like, that's crazy. Sea level doesn't matter. Okay, Dave. I'm sorry, flat Earth, Dave. Sea level doesn't matter, Dave. Okay.
Yep. Sea level doesn't matter. I'm screaming it. Dave saying it doesn't matter. Unbelievable.
He also says science changes. What are you, 10 minutes into this video? You're never going to get through it.
Hello,
I don't
everyone.
really care what he says about science. The flat Earth Dave just said sea level doesn't matter in any
He's
context.
not a flat
That's
earther.
crazy. But you don't see, I'm pointing out the irony. Because that's crazy. Good morning, Brian. What's up, man?
Hey, just for the purpose of the audience, I think around that area they take the heights off of surface level, off of lake level, off of Lake Michigan. I think they take it off of there. Like there's a known height to Lake Michigan above sea level, and they take the heights then for buildings and for anything else from that lake.
Oh, my bad.
No.
So you're saying because there's a one step removed from flat Earth prerequisite sea level in the form of lake level, but they know the lake level because they know how high it is off sea level, right, Brian?
yeah, that's how they can do it. Like it's a bit like what's his name, Al Baruni, taking the height of a mountain off a lake. He had to have known the height of that lake off the sea level. Now, I'm not saying David Weiss is going to say that, right? I don't know what he's going to say, but just had to throw it out there for people. Now, as far as I know, that is what they do. Because Lake Michigan is pretty big.
Sure, but the fact that it has to be level and the fact that it's referenced to sea level is a flat Earth prerequisite for all height measurements in all instances, always. And as I'm saying, they're not pointing that out, are they?
And that's the frustrating part of this. This guy's ready for it. He is absolutely ready for it.
Right.
Now, you can't geometrically get heights off of curved surface. You have nothing to reference.
Yeah,
you have no way to compare heights, no anything. It can't be done.
I don't know what you guys talk about. Sea level doesn't matter.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, with that, I'm going to say if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Said here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. You say something, Nick?
I was just, I said okay because Neil asked okay, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, you're supposed to be justifying your treatment of Angel yesterday, but you're ripping Dave apart. And I understand. You have to, because he's hogging the whole conversation.
Yeah, Angels of Light a minute ago, before you finished the show, said on this recording that a building, the Willis Tower or whatever, should be X amount below the curve. Should be? What the hell is that?
The old and busted. Old and busted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can reference that within their mathematics, the Willis Tower within their mathematics, right, and their paradigm. They claim that the tower would be this much below the curve of their globe or whatever. If you want to reference that, you can reference it. But to say it should be is like you're begging the question. It's like a double begging the question.
It gets so bad because they're showing you pictures, right? There's a whole NASA thing they get into. They're showing you pictures and they're claiming that the clouds are behind the moon. Angels of Light and David Weiss. David Weiss said the sun was 2 miles away.
Well, David Weiss will just say anything, right? He doesn't care. But Angels of Light spent time here, and you know the way, like that answer there when he said the Willis Tower should be X amount below the curve. No, should be. What curve?
Yeah, Chocolate summed it up quite nicely, and I'm glad he did. It's like, yeah, you've got to have the old and busted to make the new hotness look shiny. Otherwise, if everyone's got the new hotness, then no one's special anymore.
Are you playing on that video? Or
yeah, keep playing
it's
it.
Inevitable. It's inevitable that people will have. It's like a transition phase, right? People will go from maybe not all people, but obviously some people will go straight to it's just measured flat. Oh, okay, thanks. That's all I need to know. Some people will have to go through that stage of, well, this is what would happen on a ball, and this is what would happen on a ball, and this is how much building would be hidden by curve and shit like that. We've had those conversations before, so I don't fault people for doing it. It's just at this point, at this level, somebody like Weiss, like, come on, man. Saying sea level don't matter is crazy to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
I
add it to the
agree with
list.
somebody. Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
It was Surf Daddy, actually. Go ahead, Surf Daddy.
Yeah. Just add it to the list. It could just be a really big ball.
Yeah.
So sea level doesn't matter.
remember.
It could just be a really big ball.
Well, they're pushing at the end. You're going to see they're pushing the free energy. Dave's pushing his app, and nobody's saying how Earth is measured flat. That's all I take out of this. And you got a guy that was ripe and ready, and begging them, actually stopping in the middle and saying, "All right, but then how does this prove flat Earth?" As they're going through NASA stuff. Guy was begging
Pushes
for flat Earth
up.
proof.
So in the combustion chamber, the explosion goes in every direction, but the only direction that has something to push back on it is above it. So what happens is the thrust pushes up, and then the rocket pushes back.
Nothing but flat Earth prerequisites in that statement. We're all following on, right? You can't describe anything he's just described unless you've got flat surfaces, parallel surfaces to be pushing against. If he's describing rocketry and trajectories, they're all with respect to a plane, always. NASA deals with Earth flat. Now, he doesn't know this because he's never researched it. So, because he doesn't know that, it's the trick. The globe trick is to get you to use flat Earth measurements and then whistle past them immediately. How they've achieved this, I have no idea. But now we see the trick. It's the most infuriating thing ever, because all you hear all day long is people talking about measuring Earth flat and then telling you how that means it's a ball.
Yeah, you can't unsee it.
Well, I think what that guy is talking about, just from hearing that little bit, he's about to say something about how rockets work in a vacuum. I don't know, something like that. But just for a second, because I couldn't get back in there because Neil and the other lad were talking. I'm not, just on what Chocolate said, I'm not against people referencing that such a building within their paradigm at that distance would be blah, 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 right? That's fine if you want to reference that, right? But you have to go about it in the right way. And you have to know what they're doing and know how to deal with it. Otherwise, you have people out there looking for how much the curvature is blocking things. And unfortunately, look, that is what people are going to do. I understand it. People are going to do that when they're brand new to it. They're going to do that instead of realizing that there is no curvature. The measurements of Earth, do you know what I mean? Show it to be a horizontal plane of reference with vertical heights above and below that horizontal plane. That's what the Earth is. But people at first are going to want to do that. So I can understand that. I understand why David Weiss would reference something like that. I do. Right? I understand. But there's a way of going about it, and Angels of Light, the way he went about it, saying, sure, he knows better than that. He's been here enough times and listened enough to this to know that.
No, he's only been here
such a building should be blocked by that.
He's only been here 5 times,
you know
apparently.
I mean?
5 times, Brian.
Nah, he's been here enough times.
I disagree, Brian, because we didn't have anybody pointing it out to us when we first got into this. Now we know, and how Nathan just explained how they pulled the globe trick off by constantly using flat Earth and us not realizing it. But now we know, so we can point it to the newcomers. So they don't have to go through the nonsense we went through.
Well, see, the thing it comes down to what's he referencing? He's referencing an observation, and the problem with observations is that you can go to the same place at the same elevation and take the same observation to the same exact place at the same distance every day for a month, and you get possibly 30 different versions of that observation. You have to be able to get that observation when it's clear. And that's the only one that matters, because everything else is like up and down. It's a gray area. It might be a bit of this, it might be a bit of that. And that's all the opposition is going to look at. And that's why measurement overtook observation, because when the Earth is, it's how the Earth is being measured. You know what I mean? That's why it overtook observation, because observation became subjective, whereas measurement is objective. And that's why it happened, because everyone had enough of, you know what I mean? But as well as that, as Nathan said earlier, the black swan. When the black swan came out, like the first thing I want to ask when anyone talks about a horizon blocking something is, what's the horizon? That's Adam's first question as well. Oh, it's what's the horizon? Do you know what I mean? Because are you claiming it's some kind of geometric leading edge of the globe? Is that all that matters at that point? Do you know what I mean? Because it's not. You know, even within their own mathematics, something I know pretty much inside out, as good as anyone. Even within their own mathematics, it's not the leading geometric edge of the globe. That exists below surface level. Do you know what I mean? It's a joke. And as Nathan said, go on. I go on.
Absolutely cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Hit play.
Well,
Well, let Brian finish his thought first. Go, Brian.
Yeah. The point being is that their geometric globe edge, right, admitted by them, right, after the black swan, only exists below surface level. Right. So any blockage, right, that is seen is not a geometric blockage, according to them.
Yeah, below surface level. Just one extra little bit to that. In the maths, it only exists below surface level in the maths.
Yeah,
I might also add that for newbies, when you explain below surface level, I think that just goes over their head. At that point, they don't know what you're talking about, because the majority of them haven't even looked at the orthographic picture that explains what you mean by below surface level. So it needs to get, I mean, for newbies and people that are just coming to it, when you're explaining the quote unquote maths of the curve that you don't see, then if they haven't seen that orthographic view and don't see the little X on the tangent point there on the circle, it just kind of goes over their head. That's why I think it's great that you just point out, hey, we see something far away, and don't even get into the what should be behind Earth curve and stuff like that. The horizon isn't the curve of the Earth, and leave it there. And
I get what you're saying, and I agree, but it's more that it's not your responsibility to even bring up when it comes to things like Earth curve and assertions that the horizon is something. I don't have any claims in that regard. I'm not saying anything about the horizon. Now, it's only reactively, as opposed to proactively, that I have to deal with the horizon. Now, once I recognise that I'm only ever dealing with the horizon reactively, you suddenly go, well, now I know Earth's measured flat. How are we dealing with the horizon at all? Oh, we're dealing it with all those flat Earth prerequisites that we whistle past. So, but for the fact that I'm not bringing it up at all, we're bringing it up as a flat Earth prerequisite measured in linear distances, often on Cartesian grids, to assert that in a mathematics that requires the surface level that's axiomatically tied to those flat grids, we've got a distance below a surface level that the obstruction forms when we ignore perspective. Like, knowing all these things means that I know there's several flat Earth prerequisites utilised to have an argument about Earth being a ball. And I'm tired of it. It's silly.
It's kind of funny that the last time that we were proactive about the horizon, well, we built an argument around it. radius, the response that we got from their very side was, well, we've never claimed a geometric horizon. Geometric horizon doesn't exist. Or there's 7 or 8 horizons, or refraction, or the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. That's a straw man. That's my favorite one. The very claim that they made for years and years, all of a sudden became a straw man when we put it in an argument. That's the best part. So I can kind of understand the nostalgia of it. I'm sorry, man. I was just gonna say I can kind of understand the nostalgia of it.
Oh God.
I know, Neil, but you know what? It's people are just gonna go through it, man. It's not gonna go away.
They're gonna go through it because they're still punting it.
But they can have a choice. Right?
Look, we had no choice. That's what was there. What I'm saying is now it's advanced so much we could spare people this freaking NASA garbage and all the other garbage that Dave Weiss. You know, it's funny. How did Dave Weiss come across Angels of Light? Oh, he's seen a TikTok video. That proves to me that he does not want to lay it out, prove once and for all that Earth is flat. Because why would he choose Angels of Light? Right? He's picking and choosing who he wants to promote and who he wants to put next to him. People that don't want to prove the Earth is flat. He needs his gig to go on and on and on. He's a shyster and a charlatan, and Nathan is 100% right. He just wants your money. Nathan needs money. Dave wants money.
Yeah, see, what I'd say about David Weiss is that Angels of Light was perfect for David Weiss, whoever Angels of Light is.
Exactly.
Perfect for him because he will use some of the arguments that are bring up some of the topics we bring up, but he bring it up in the way David Weiss wants him to bring it up. Look, one of the things Nathan was asking earlier, right now, I discussed this in recent times. Now we discussed it last night as well with refracted. It was just me and refracted about this thing. Nathan said they're measuring the Earth as basically a horizontal plane for years, forever. Yet they keep on asserting it's a globe. Why are they doing this? Well, if you listen to someone like David Weiss, what he's going to promote to an audience is that they're hiding the flat Earth. No, they're not. Right? It's not being hidden. It's right there. The flat stationary Earth we live on is right there in front of you. You're standing on it. You live on it your whole life. It's that they've given you a paradigm that people, although there is indoctrination goes on from birth, I'm not going to say there isn't, but people continue to want to believe in this paradigm. And they're just not interested. They just will fight tooth and nail. They'll even if they're supposedly staunch Christians or staunch Muslims or anything else, they'll forego that religious or spiritual belief, right, to promote heliocentrism. Right, so it's a belief they don't want. So they're not hiding it. Everyone can see it. Everyone experiences it for what it really is. But there's a belief there that people hold, and they're unwilling to let it go. And that's the thing. It's just a very, very strongly held belief as welded onto them, and they don't want to let it go. So they'd rather talk about all kinds of other rubbish as opposed to deal with this topic, as opposed to what the Earth is and how it's treated, how it's measured. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Freemasons and how they're hiding, how it's claimed that we're claiming they're hiding the flat Earth and ice walls and domes.
Right? Yeah, you could just touch it. It's right there. I agree completely. They're not.
You're standing on it now.
Yeah. You do everything you do on it. You fly over it. You build on it. It's not hidden. It's so right there that even the people that tell you it's a ball and show you pictures of a cartoon ball will tell you that they take it as flat and stationary when they put vehicles in the air. That's how right there it is. So right there that the very people who defend it will tell you it's too big to get to measure the curvature. That's how right there it is. You're absolutely right, Brian. Nobody's hiding shit.
Yes.
When you get a chance, can you go to the 1 hour and 55-minute mark when this conversation is done?
1 hour 55 minutes.
Yes.
Thanks, Dan.
Brits born before 1980 with
the moon, the sun is not the sun. We don't even know what the stars are. I guess if you're in a planetarium, you look up, it simulates the same thing. So could you really tell the difference between a planetarium and the real world?
No.
I don't know. But there has to be a reason why they're doing. And again, I use the term they. I don't even know who they are, so I'm just going to be careful here. But this is a very, very, very elaborate global. If what you say is true, and again, I'm being very neutral here as a physicist, but if what you say is true, there is a tremendous amount of resources
I smelled those
pumped into, like, faking the moon landing is, yeah, sure. Could they do it? Yeah, I could probably do it now with some technology, but back then it was probably a little harder. But I guess the question is, like, why the hell are they?
It's almost off mute.
There's a spider there. Can you get it? It's scary.
There's mysterious spiders too.
And it's like, as she sees
That's
it.
Nathan.
Not me. It's AEMIR.
Yeah, come down and bite me and I'm gonna die.
They're about to go into science in another couple of seconds.
Doing all whoever they are doing all this. But we'll get to that. I'm very interested in these things you're showing me because they actually look a little bit crazy. Not that you're crazy, but they look so bad that.
Do you want to see one more?
Sure, man. Bring it on. Bring it on. I love this stuff. This is what science is all about. You have to question things, right?
Matthew, again, another compliment to you. You are actually using science and admitting.
Well, this is science.
Yes, I appreciate it. Good.
You know, people thought Einstein was crazy until he wasn't. People thought Newton was crazy until he wasn't.
You know what E equals MC squared means?
Yeah, energy is matter times the speed of light square, yeah.
No, it's actually Einstein married his second cousin twice.
Oh, God. All right, boys.
All right, check this out. Okay, so this is an actual real
You got that wrong.
time lapse of the stars from the ISS from Don Pettit. Now, on a globe, if you're on the globe, and you're spinning, and therefore it creates the illusion of the stars spinning.
Yeah.
Okay? So now we're flying around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour, and we're looking at the star trails. Now, watch, there's a major problem with this. Okay? When it faces towards the north of the ball, let's say, so these lines here on the Earth are going sideways. But why are these star trails still doing circles?
Pause.
You see that?
Please. The north is the ball. If we're flying around the globe, say at 70 miles per hour, and we're looking at the star trails, and we're looking at the north of the ball. I mean, if there was ever evidence that guy is a fraud, that statement would give it. Because he's either you can either be like that statement means the guy's either a fraud or he's stupid. One or the other. The north of the ball.
If he's not a
take
fraud,
pictures from the. All right, go ahead.
If he's not a fraud, then I think he could be put in the category of someone who has studied the anti-globe rhetoric so much that they're stuck in using those arguments to disprove that it's a globe. Listening to that, actually, and this is a tribute to you guys, that listening to that few minutes just now without Nathan interrupting, was painful because all of that, all of that rhetoric could have been avoided by just understanding that space can't exist. And so why even bring up those arguments? I think people like Angels of Light, and I'm just going to take it as just, not anything nefarious, but I think people like that are too intellectual in their making of their arguments for their own good. Well, it's like professors or anyone that's an intellectual, even intellectual Christians are so much into the academics and intellectualness and the deep study of Christendom that they're just making arguments. They're not
to
being
be fair, if you
Christians.
back up a little bit, they are saying that space is fake, and the outer space and the vacuum space is fake. They do say that. They do go over it with the guy.
But at the same time, here's a picture from Don Pettit in the ISS.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
They
So
contradict
why even
themselves
talk
every
about
time.
it? Why even talk about that
here's
stuff?
some globe stuff for you.
Yeah, like Big Ball Dave, the globe. You have no model, then he goes into the model. But on your model, I thought there was no model. Your model says this, and they have a model too. We both have models now. Angel of Weiss talks about his model too, the flat Earth model, as Dave points to his picture in the background of his map, his freaking little app.
I don't even argue models. When someone brings up a model, even the globe model, I don't even say, show me your model, because I know they don't have one. I just say, well, if you're going to have a model, then you need measurements of the reality in order to build your scale model. Where's the measurements? And that's
And why you gotta
ends
bring
this
up a
conversation.
model? Because you can't talk about the ground. That's why you need a model. We're just talking about the ground.
You cut off Surf Daddy too quickly. He was just going in the complete opposite direction of that. Just complete that statement, Surf Daddy. That was ace.
Sorry.
Whenever models are brought up for either side, then I just say, if you're going to build a model of something, you need measurements of the reality that you're modeling. You can't have a model of a Model T car unless you have a Model T car to get the specific measurements off of, so you can recreate it as your model. Where are the measurements? And the flat Earth is or just the Earth, the surface of Earth, is what we measure. And that's it. You can't measure anything with respect to the surface of the Earth without using a horizontal plane of reference. End of story.
Well, they want to think about the model thing is they want to ask us, where's your model? When they don't have the very model that they're promoting themselves. Like it's like they have a model. It's like having in some ways, them having a Model T. Right? Is it the Ford Model T? The Ford T? What is it? Let's say
That's the name of it,
right?
Model T Ford.
Model T Ford, right? Because it's an American vehicle. Let's just say a Mustang. It's like they can show you this classroom Mustang. But that's it. They can't show you anything in reality that relates to this. The Mustang in reality doesn't exist. Do you know what I mean? Because what did they produce when you ask them, where's your model? They either produce for you a classroom globe. They try and I've had them try use Stellarium, which uses a horizontal plane because it's referencing the celestial dome. You know what I mean? They don't have anything. But the thing about the model, why we focus on that, mostly QE, obviously, is because they can't even define what type of model it is they're claiming, and they can't show you any of this. But yet they want to ask you about your model, and then they want to make up some flat Earth model straw man that they're then going to use to somehow debunk the flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's a really scummy game they play. And that's why it's worth asking them, where's your model, when they start bringing up our claim model? Really, where's your model? You know, take it away from them, because they're giving the impression to an audience that they have this supposed model that they don't have.
Well, that's why it's projection on their part. They're usually the first ones to argue the model because they know they don't have one. And so, like in all kinds of projections, they are projecting their bad qualities or their lack of a model onto us. I just basically say, if I want to know what the surface of the Earth, measure something, I measure it from a flat Earth. You can't do it without a horizontal plane, and you can't either, because you need to measure the Earth to create a model. If you're going to claim you have a model, where's your measurements? You're going to need a horizontal plane for that. End of story.
Even when it comes to their made-up non-refraction, the single medium non-refraction, Andrew Thomas Young, right, subject matter expert from, I think, San Diego State University. In his paper, he states, right, all the measurements were made off of a flat plane or a flat Earth, but we know the Earth's not flat, so I add in or. You know what I mean? So all these measurements were made off of a flat Earth, just like every measurement in celestial navigation or astronomy.
You must take
or surveying.
geometric considerations, Brian.
Yes.
Very important. Yeah, they're arguing for models. We're arguing for measurements. Which they would need to get a model in the first place for. And then you ask for measurements of the curve. What did you get? Oh, it's big. So then, what did you measure? You measured it flat. That's literally a concession every time they say that statement. So go ahead, Globers. Keep telling us how big it is and how big, and we can't feel nothing, we can't see nothing. Yeah. We love it.
Well, what they do is they hijack cycles, like cycles in the sky and cycles on the Earth. Like I had out recently with some of them, where they were asking me, "Where's your prediction for tides on your flat Earth?" Like tides aren't a prediction; it's a cycle. It's a continual cycle. It's not a prediction. You don't predict the tide. As the example we always use here is, you don't predict it's going to be 12 o'clock at 11:55. You know what I mean? You don't predict in 5 minutes it's going to be 12 o'clock. That's my prediction. It's not a prediction. You know it's going to be 12 in 5 minutes, because that's the cycle. So they just take cycles in the sky and cycles on the Earth, and they try and hijack them and call them globe predictions. My model predicts. Remember that rubbish? How many times did we hear that?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Since the beginning. Since the beginning, we've been listening to that crap.
It's still out there in spades. The globe predicts this, and the flat Earth predicts nothing. It's hilarious.
Well, what they want people to believe is that this globe that they model that they can produce, right? They want an audience to believe that this somehow has predictive powers, right? So it's basically what they're claiming is a crystal ball, and it predicts things like the motions in the sky and the tides and other things like that. And they want an audience to believe that it has superiority over some flat Earth model that they will try and produce as some AE projection, right? And they'll try and use that as a straw man. And it's like, they'll try and show people the AE projection and say, you can't predict these things. This model has no predictive powers. when all they're actually doing is hijacking natural cycles and claiming their predictions, and not having a model at all of the flat Earth or of not a flat Earth or a globe model. So they just from word go, they are bullshitting everybody, including themselves, because a lot of them believe this rubbish.
If you go out 2 hours and 24 minutes, then you hear more of the bull crap. Free energy.
Yeah, that's another thing. See, this is where flat earthers or claimed flat earthers, this is where they start doing the exact same thing as the ballers. And this is what we got attacked for attacking people who are promoting ether, right? They're making up a load of rubbish, right? They're calling themselves flat earthers. They're making up a complete heap of rubbish and promoting it as if it's true, right? There's a guy out there, and I've brought him up before, sent Kiwi a video on him. I posted a video of his in Master B only recently. And he's promoting the same rubbish as Wixit. But he's a complete and utter baller. The exact same rubbish, promoting it's identical. It's like they're reading off the same script, like this guy. And he's promoting the same thing that we said was a load of rubbish, right? And it is a load of rubbish, right? And it was shown to be a load of rubbish. This ether nonsense. So ether, free energy, all this is when the flat earther, claimed flat earthers, are bringing in topics and things that they have no evidence for. That's as bad as a Glober telling you, my model predicts what's happening in the sky. When what happens in the sky is a cycle. And he doesn't have a model. It's just as bad.
Dave says you can prove it scientifically, the freaking electrostatics. Yeah, they replace the gravity.
He doesn't even know what electrostatics are. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't even, like, David Weiss never, like, he didn't even know what the Cola Super Deep borehole looked like. He thought it was a mine in South Africa or somewhere. He had to be corrected by Ken Wheeler. He was showing Ken Wheeler a picture of a mine in Australia or South Africa. This big, huge mine. It's like, that's not the Cola Super Deep borehole. Ken Wheeler said.
Did he really?
It's only like 2 foot in diameter. Yeah.
What?
Does he realize how small
How long
the
ago did he do
borehole is?
that?
This is before Bob died. This is before Bob Nugget passed away. They had Ken Wheeler on the Globebusters, and David Weiss was there. And David Weiss was showing a picture of the Cola Super Deep borehole, and it was a big, massive mine in, as I said, Australia or South Africa or somewhere. Oh, it was somewhere like that, maybe America. But it was a massive mine, like a big mine, ore mine or gold mine or whatever it was. And
it was like some tin mine or something. It was absolutely colossal. I remember this. It was like what the mine that he showed, because he's heard the word super, right? So he's imagined big, and it is right. It's a borehole. It's like, do you know what a borehole is? It's like
he doesn't.
Obviously not, because he's showing these. The mine that he was showing is one that I would have recognised from a documentary about the world's biggest machinery, where they've got wheels that are the size of skyscrapers, and the bucket can hold 400 tons of earth. You know what I mean? These things are massive. They're like the size of a block of flats rolling around.
Yeah.
And he's got them going around the outside edge, and they look like ants. in this mine.
But it's not called a super hole, though. It's called a super deep hole.
Borehole. So how do you get out of that?
With an oops, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, if
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sea level don't matter. By the way, did I mention that I've got an app that you could be giving me money for?
You should just play the end of it, because it is hysterical when it gets into it, Nathan.
Sorry. I'm pretty sure I saw David Weiss using that photograph after that point. That he had it in his slides and he used it in some podcast or something after that point, even though Ken Wheeler corrected him there and then on it. a baller correcting you on it. Something as simple as that you don't even get right.
You know what's crazy? I think we could probably, if we wanted to, we could probably splice a audio of Dave Weiss saying sea level doesn't matter and a baller saying sea level doesn't matter. Right? Freaking hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing about David Weiss is this, right? David Weiss is not stupid. David Weiss is interested in promotion and money. That seems to be what his focus has always been. If David Weiss cared, he'd get all these stuff right. He'd be putting out, he'd have a sharper presentation if he really cared. He doesn't care about getting things right. And that was shown to me by the fact that, and this is why I really remembered it, because it was a twofold thing. It wasn't just that he was corrected by Ken Wheeler, it's that he used the same slide, calling it the super deep borehole after he was corrected, because he didn't care. He doesn't care what the audience sees. He doesn't care whether he's 100% correct or not. He doesn't care. He's like, it's like if I throw enough darts, I hit something. So the way he sees it is, from what I would say, the way he sees it is that if I have 80% of the things I'm putting out there are 70% somewhat right, the rest that's wrong won't matter. You know, it's kind of a percentage thing with him. And it's like promote yourself, get yourself out there, and just have a rhetoric or repertoire and some slides and throw this, and did you know this, and throw some kind of super brilliant knowledge at them to do with like electrostatics or something. You know what I mean? It's all razzmatazz, and it's all about promotion and finances. He's both. He's not interested in what science really is. He's not interested in what the Cola Super Deep borehole really is. It's 2 foot in diameter, I think. Do you know what I mean? And he was showing a monstrous mine, as Nathan said. It had machines on it that can only drive around in a place like that, because it's the only place that because they're so big, it's the only place they can drive around. This mine was monstrous. Like, I mean, you're talking, it was the depth of like a 60-story building or more. And he's showing photos of this. And the real thing is 2 foot in diameter, but it goes down, 8 kilometers or 12 kilometers or whatever.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Brian. That's summary was excellent. If he cared, he'd go in and immediately change the slide, and he'd be embarrassed about it. And he'd be worrying. He'd be asking people, do you think anyone will notice? Do I need to go back to my old videos and make changes? Do you think it'll matter that my old videos have still got that stupid old mine in it rather than the Cola Deep borehole? Do you think it'll matter? He'd be asking people. Couldn't give a shit. Doesn't care.
Nope, he only cares about raking in the money.
I would say he knows what the Cola Super Deep borehole looks like, and it's very likely he knew about it before Ken Wheeler corrected him on it, right? It doesn't, if you look at the Cola Super Deep borehole, you have this boring grey photo of this place in Siberia, and you have this little 2 foot thing that's covered over. So it's like a manhole, right? That's the Cola Super Deep borehole. It doesn't look razzmatazz and fantastic to an audience. But if you show them a big monstrous gold mine or something, or diamond mine, I don't know, right? If you show them something like that, as you said, in a tin mine, right, in South Africa or something, right, that looks to an audience who don't know any better. And most people aren't, he's going off the law of averages. Most people aren't going to Google it. They're just going to accept it at its word. And then it looks great. It's like this big, massive mine that they dug way down, and it's like, this is the Cola Super Deep borehole. When the actual Cola Super Deep borehole looks like a manhole these days. That's what it looks like. Because
a manhole's even too big for it.
Yeah, it's not big. It's in diameter, it's small. It's the depth of it that matters. You know what I mean? But it doesn't look. So I understand that it's the photo of the Cola Super Deep borehole is not going to make people go, wow, right? But if you show them a massive mine and you tell them that they dug down 8 miles from this point, people are going to think, wow, what a great big, because people expect that's what they would have to do. No, they don't. They just kept digging down and taking out whatever earth was there down with the borehole. Kept boring down.
Can you play the 2-hour 24 mark so I can hear free energy?
Probably not.
2 hours, 24-minute mark. You here to justify your treatment of angels yesterday?
Okay, 2 hours what?
24.
2:24.
Asana helps your team.
No, we should be in utopia if everyone knew the truth, because we could have free energy, we could have unlimited resources. We would know that there are no outside threats, no aliens, no
asteroids,
no meteors coming in to kill us in any second. Right? It's
there you go now. For anyone who was concerned.
Yeah, so it'd have probably argued, knowing that we hadn't got to this part yesterday, it'd have argued and justified his use of water being kept in, knowing full fucking well that it spewed this right at the end. We'd live in a utopia if we knew there was no, aliens? Alright. Okay.
Yeah, well, this is a common theme that's being pushed by people like David Weiss. That as long when the world turns to flat Earth, everything is going to be perfect. You know what I mean? Isn't it? This is something that's going on for a long time. No, we're not going to be living in the Garden of Eden, Dave. Do you know what I mean? But things will definitely be far more clear. We'll put it that way. How we deal with it, I don't know. But you can forget your free energy. You know what I mean?
Unlimited resources, too. Don't forget the unlimited resources.
Well, do I think that energy is that they use it against us and whatever? Yeah, they do. They keep us in control with energy. And do they have more resources than they say? Of course they do, right? Like the same way as there's a lot more diamonds than they try and say there is. Right. Point is that it's like you can't go around saying we'd have free energy and we'd live in a utopia. You can't go around saying that rubbish. That is complete and utter rubbish. You're trying to sell people a dream at that point, and that's completely dishonest. So there's angels of light, right? I call them angels of lies. That's what he's being there, trying to sell the world a dream. Yeah. Once you go flat, everything becomes perfect. I've been a flat earther for 10 years. There's been lots of problems in life. Nothing's perfect, but I know it's not a globe.
Right.
On,
then Dave Weiss goes into his, you can fit everybody in the world in Texas and give them a quarter of an acre and we'd all fit. Like, how do you even freaking validate that? Really?
Well, that involves pre-assumptions. You'd have to pre-assume the figure for the amount of people in the world we're given is correct and blah, blah, blah. But I've heard that outside of David Weiss. I've heard that on the mainstream somewhere. That's why he picked it up. But they're trying to sell a dream. They're trying to sell an ether-free energy dream, a flat earth ether-free energy dream. That's what they're trying to sell people. You're selling people a load of lies. And this is why we pulled people like Wixit in the past, and this is why we're pulling people like Angels of Light and David Weiss now. You're selling lies to the world. Oh.
Ryan, if you get a chance, watch that video on your own, and you see how many times that this poor guy is begging them for flat earth proof, and they won't give it to him. It's like they just won't give it to him. They give him another freaking, well, look, the globe don't work. But he's like, okay, but how's that prove a flat earth? And they won't give it to him. They'll show him another thing that debunks the globe.
There's more. The more time goes by, the more it seems like these people are here to keep the narrative of a debate alive by making sure that flat earthers get trained in how to perpetually push the idea of how there should be Earth curve, but there isn't. Here's how you can understand it in a really complicated, convoluted way that alludes to how much Earth curve there should be along that merry dance. Because that's what they're doing. They're keeping that alive.
Oh, shoot, you're right, Nathan, because he was coming around here, Angels of Light, and then David Weiss gets a hold of him and brings him in and says, this is how you argue it. I think you're right about that.
Well, we can't really state how or why David Weiss and Angels of Light are hanging out together. But what you could speculate on is they're both, they're both pretty dodgy and they're both willing to sell you a dream. For why they're dodgy or what their purpose is or whatever, you can't say for definite, but it definitely does seem like these people, the purpose, whether David Weiss is just a useful businessman or whether he's part of the whole thing, I don't know. But these people, the General Campbell Ellis, the Witsits, they're all there to sell people a load of lies, sell them a dream, sell them a heap of rubbish, and keep the debate going. That's all they're doing with their ether, free energy, flat earth nonsense. Yeah, the earth is flat, right? But you can stick your ether and free energy directly up your ass. Because you're telling me that's a load of lies.
And there's a method to the way they do it too, right? They keep this till late in the game, right? The free energy stuff. So the people who are hanging around that are dedicating 2 hours of their time, 2 hours and 25 minutes in this instance, they're the ones that need to be kept hanging on with something to dream about constantly. Just long enough for them to be disbanded, like Jaron's currently dealing with, right? He's dispensing with all these people that have been kept hanging around with the promise of free energy.
Yeah, I mean, they take something that is valid, which is the earth is flat and stationary. And then, right, it's a flat station, that the earth is a flat stationary and closed automated dynamic system. That's valid. That can be validated. The point is, they take something that's valid and then they start trying to sell a dream because they then want to add on free energy and ether and God knows whatever else to it. Dielectric acceleration, which is somewhat connected to ether. They want to add on all this rubbish that has nothing to do with anything and sell dreamers a dream because the world is full of dreamers. Because I understand it. Real life is boring often at time. And the truth of what your next 7 days is going to be like will probably be boring.
That's
right?
not okay. I want to disagree and agree with you.
Let me finish. Right. Let me finish. What I'm saying is people want to be able to dream that next week we'll have free energy. They want that. They don't want to think that next week I'll be paying for fuel again. Do you know what I mean? They don't want to think that next week the electricity bill will be in again. They don't want to deal with it. They want the dream. And that's what the likes of David Weiss sell them. But it's completely dishonest. Go on. Sorry. I just wanted to
I'm glad you told me you insisted that you should finish because your suggesting is correct. It's completely incorrect. Completely correct. Because the monotony of life is all some people have. Therefore, the fantasy of some dispensement of the monotony, in this case, fuel, very basic stuff, right, for us in a modern world. If you could dispense with that, that would change the monotonous life of having to work to pay the bill, to pay for the fuel. It'd make that a bit more tolerable. If all your life consists of is the mundane nature of paying for fuel, while you were saying it, most people's life, when you break it down, is quite boring. No. No, at all. Not a single minute of my life that I can remember has been boring. I mean, I've had a very, very, very eventful life. And I often find myself saying to my wife, yeah, if I did get hit by a bus today, I'd achieved quite a lot in my life. I've made a mark. And what I've experienced throughout that period has been fruitful and exciting and eventful. But you're right, most NPC normies are just playing out their lives till they die, and they might as well not frigging beer, because all they're doing is burning fuel. And that's their primary concern.
Because you haven't lived a normal life. Your life, who you are, is not normal. You're unique. Your life has been unique. Everything up to this point in your life is unique, right? So you haven't lived that life. But that's also, you are also not a dreamer. They're not trying to sell it to you. You mean you live in reality because you made reality a good place to be for yourself. Whereas a lot of people, as you said, the NPCs, reality for them is paying a mortgage, it's paying for the fuel, it's bringing the kids to school, it's the same old, and they need, or if it's somebody who's living in who's staying in their mother's basement, they need a dream, need something to hold on to. And that's what they're sold by the likes of David Weiss. Free energy, flying cars. Like, what's David Weiss other than a different version, maybe a more fantastical version, but I don't know, maybe not more fantastical actually, than Elon Musk selling a dream to the world.
No, Elon Musk's got product. Dave Weiss is a snake oil salesman.
No, Elon Musk pumps out a lot of claims that are never realised.
No.
Why
Just okay,
electric
having ideas that don't necessarily come to
That's
fruition doesn't alter that he has had Elon Musk. I'm not batting for Elon Musk particularly. It's only because you brought him up. But he has had successes and has made a ton of money through his successes. Go on, whoever that is.
Yeah, Dave Weiss has free energy because everybody's buying his app. He don't have to pay for the energy. Everybody else is.
Look, Dave could be an ally, or could have been, past tense, an ally. He didn't. He chose to rub in our faces how much better than us he was doing, while he just goes through the motions, because he's found, in his mind, some cheat code with his app. A cheat code to life, that is. Yeah? Like, okay. I mean, if just getting by to get the money in from some means, the app, is enough for Dave, to me, that's never going to be enough. Right? Ever. But for him it is. Having a good argument, bettering his cognitive approach to this discussion isn't that's not his bag. Now, can I fault him for that? Yeah, I can. And I will.
Nathan, the more people that watch that show, and at the end, if you put at the end of it on, how he promotes his app and gets every freaking detail in there, and people go out and buy that app, trust me, you don't have to pay for energy no more. Somebody else is.
If you take, let's just say, David Weiss and Angels of Light, yeah, and they're talking to some PhD or something, isn't he? Some physicist. Well, the audience is listening. They're going to first bring in doubt on the globe. So a load of globe doubt, right? And a load of, it's possibly a flat earth, right? And this is the flat earth validity, right, destroys the globe. You don't have to do much to show how valid the flat earth is in comparison to this bloody globe that we're claiming, right? So all you need to do is get the audience away from the globe belief. It's like unsticking them, right, even temporarily. And then after a portion of time within the debate or within whatever they're doing, like, so it actually might be flat. And then they bring in the free energy in the ether. Do you know what I mean? Which is what they really want, because that's what they're really selling. The free energy, the ether, the dielectric acceleration, all this rubbish. That's what they're really trying to sell. But they need some kind of a solid base to sell it on. And that solid base is a flat earth that they can show validity for as much as they need to. So, but they never, what I notice about them is they never make an argument that drives the opposition crazy. Do you know what I mean? They never make an argument that causes the opposition to nearly go into a spasm, right? They bring in doubt for the globe, and the opposition can handle that. And that allows them, during the debate or during the podcast or whatever, to then gradually bring in the free energy in the ether and the dielectric acceleration and all the other rubbish. Because that's the dream they're really selling. So they're bringing in a bit of reality, right? They're using reality to make people doubt the globe, and then they're selling them a dream. That seems to be what's been going on for a decade now.
Yeah, because they can keep people hanging on for as long as is needed till that group gets disbanded.
Exactly. Yeah, you get into the sixes. He tries to put comparisons to 666. And the guy even says it. Are we talking about the beast here?
Yeah, Brian does that with
Yeah.
nines.
Well, 9 is an upside down 6.
Yeah, well, see, the thing about it is that they show that they have validity by showing people things that are connected to flat Earth that bring in globe out. So they're showing that these people must have some more know what they're talking about, because what they're saying there is true, right? And then once they have people hooked in, then they start pumping out the rubbish. You know, they can prove the Earth is flat and stationary, right? You can prove that, but you can't prove free energy and ether and dielectric acceleration. Can't prove any of that rubbish. But people are at that stage aren't looking for evidence. They're just give it to me. Where do I sign up for this? How can I buy it? You know what I mean? It's like at that point, at that stage, that's what the audience is doing. Where can they sign up for this free energy that you are promoting, flat Earth? You know what I mean? After they've used geometric validity of some kind. Not so much that it causes anger, though, just enough, brings in enough doubt for the globe, for them to then, sell them free energy. It's a scummy deal.
On the one hand, I feel like I should be doing something about it, which is why I get so frustrated or past tense, why I was so frustrated on today's live show. It feels like there should be an expression of outrage, because it's outrageous. But by the same token, you think, so long as the group directly connected to me, that's the people who've actually made their way to us, know the score, I'm actually content with that. I know I can't change the masses. And that is who Dave is appealing to for the 1% that he might get with his dodgy rhetoric. Now, that 1% of the masses is more than the people surrounding me, and that's irritating. But I should really just deal with it.
The book is going to shock the world.
Well, I see it as David Weiss took over from what Mark Sargent was doing. Mark Sargent was selling ice walls and domes, right? EMAP, right? Okay. What David Weiss did is he took that and marketed it a bit better with having the app as well. And now he's after even overtaking from what Mark Sargent would have been doing. And he still does it. Mark Sargent still does it. But David Weiss is after taking it on another level, where he's promoting things that Mark Sargent wouldn't have been promoting for years. Now David Weiss is promoting this stuff. Free energy and God knows whatever else. Do you know what I mean? Now he's trying to sell a dream. Mark Sargent was selling a dream up to a point, but that was just the basic dream where we're all sold, and the same as David Weiss was sold. The ice walls and domes and whatever else. David Weiss has taken it up a notch, with the help of Wixit and them. Bring it up to making it a real razzmatazz. You know what I mean? And that's what he's doing. So he's basically overtaken Mark Sargent's position.
Can I get some free energy? Is that like the advert for the free beer band?
Yeah, free energy tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Energy is free. The fact, everything in the world is free. Just somebody steals it and then puts a price on it.
They're not going to have free energy, but if they did, it would probably be the best free energy in the world.
That's the one. playing near in a local band in a pub near you.
It's not free, but you can think of it as if it's free.
Can you all be trusted if I go and drop parcels off, or should I stop the end? Should I end the recording now?
I wouldn't trust me.
I wouldn't trust you either. I'll leave the recording going. Hopefully you can all be trusted.
I wonder what weather vanes are really for.
Oh my God, I haven't even sat up yet. If you start talking about free energy from fireplaces, I swear to God.
Are we allowed to talk about male penises?
I'm going to stay.
I'm only messing. There's not more vulgar than that, is there? It's the most vulgar thing that exists.
What is?
The male anatomy.
Why is it vulgar? I mean, women don't find it vulgar. They wouldn't go near it, would they?
It's just one of those things that visually they've had to keep it, you know what I mean, out of mainstream movies because it just visually is so explicit.
You're thinking of modern day man, so you can't see much except for the belly that hangs over the rest of it. That's vulgar, yeah, I agree. Anyway, coming from a Christian, you are a Christian, Brian, aren't you? Coming from a Christian.
No.
You're not?
I'm not.
It's Hindu.
No.
Hindu. Oh. Well, anybody who believes that man was made in the image of God couldn't possibly think it was vulgar, could they? No comment. I don't think Neil's listening.
Well,
I didn't hear it. I just came back. What did you say? What was the beginning?
Brian thinks that the male form is vulgar. It's not very attractive. And I said, but God made man in his own image.
Mm.
So
made he and she.
So therefore, how could it be vulgar?
Well, I think what Brian's saying is if you compare it to the woman, I mean, we got lumps and bumps and things hanging out, and a woman's body is like beautiful, curvy, and right, Brian? So much more.
Yeah, the female form is far more beautiful than the male. Yeah, I'm not saying that the male form doesn't have a certain appeal to it visually or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it doesn't. It can't look impressive. It obviously can, but just the male genitalia is like, this is why they don't show it. They'll show a female.
Hey, my guy's handsome.
Hang on, right? They don't show. Well, as soon as you see the male genitalia on film, right? It's in people's minds. It's become a porn movie. Do you know what I mean? That's why they don't. Hollywood just shun from showing it. Do you know what I mean? They do their best not to show it because instantly it's so out there and in your face that,
yeah, you got a snake hanging off your body.
Yeah, it's so out there in your face. It's so it's taboo. It's so taboo. It makes it straight away. It's like any movie that they have. It takes whatever, no matter how good the movie is, right? People are focused on the fact that there's a penis in it. Do you know what I mean? So that's why they don't do it.
That freaking movie you gave me to watch with that guy at the bar whips it out. I was cracking up.
I forgot about that.
Funny. And he's looking at the girl. He's pointing at the freaking at the girl saying, "You want some?" And then he goes to show it to the cops.
So I can put a label on you then, Brian, and that would be a male heterosexual. I don't mean to put labels on. I know it doesn't come under the rainbow letters, but that's the one I'm going to give you.
A male what?
Heterosexual.
That's good.
What's that?
It used to be good. It means you're a man.
It means you're a man. You find a woman more appealing than a man.
I am. I'm a man, yeah. I'm heterosexual, yeah.
Now, what would you... Whoa. Like two turtles fighting here? What would you... Listen, would you rather look at Arnold posing or a beautiful model?
Yeah, I mean, the male body can look impressive, but it's always going to be brutish. The female form is so nicer.
You're soft and smooth and curvy, and it's like, that's what blows my mind. How can anybody wake up next to a hairy man, kiss him and say, "I love you"? I mean, what the freak? Something not connecting there.
Don't knock it till you try it, I reckon.
It just don't like. It's like, are you kidding me? I love you. I love you too. I'll see you later. Okay,
Two
honey.
choices. Yeah. I just don't.
I'll see you,
I'll never
Harry
be
S.
able to
later.
understand that. I'll never be able to understand that desire.
I'll see you, Harry S. later today. Okay.
You know they have shavers now, don't you? All over body shavers.
It still can't compare to the female body. I don't care if you shave everything off and smooth everything out. It's all lumpy, bumpy, and things are sticking out.
Big man smell. No, I'm grand for it.
So we got no rainbow people in then.
Hey, click OK. Come on. Read this. I know you know about the Songs of Solomon. Read that. How he's describing his woman. I mean, it's wonderful. She goes on to describe him, but it's like not as good, you know?
That's the whole point. The difference between men and women. We don't particularly want to fancy other men because that's not going to be of any advantage to us, is it? Whereas we fancy women because it will be an advantage to us.
Well, that's the whole thing with that. I mean, if that agenda is pushed and pushed and pushed, then procreation stops and the world comes to an end, right? You got to destroy the families. You got to make everybody same-sex lovers because there has to be a dying of the world.
That whole topic, I don't think we should go into that topic. That's not good for Nathan. We should avoid that topic if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's avoid it. Two women can't make a baby, and neither can two men.
No, I was me bringing up. I can't remember even how we got to that. Outside of how I got to it. But I was making a joke with Nathan because he said, "Can he be trusted?" And that's why I said, "How can we talk about male penises?" Do you know what I mean? Because he's not going to want that on his show. So that's how that was. That was just a sarcastic joke.
Oh, and another thing, Brian, those two women that you posted yesterday.
Conversation about cancer.
Sorry, chocolate?
You said that, and then proceeded to have a 20-minute conversation about just that.
Well, we could change it. We could change it now. That the video of the two women that you posted, the Christians, yesterday. I mean, that will infuriate you. I sent that to Paula. I told her to have a look because she was a little offended with name. Not offended, but she's saying in chat that it's not healthy to get so vexed, every day. So I was trying to make a comparison to the Apostle Paul got vexed with Peter when he caught Peter playing both sides of the fence. The Bible says he withstood him to their face, and I don't think he did it gently. So, I have an issue with Nathan swearing, but I don't have an issue with him getting angry, especially with shysters like these cats.
I don't have an issue with whatever Nathan does at all, but only when he decides to be lazy and not add in detail. That annoys me. That drives me up the effing walls. That drives me
the other
mad.
thing annoys me because
mad.
Why should he when he's got everybody else doing it? Don't you get it? If everybody does a little, Nathan does nothing. But here's the thing. People are going to be looking for his videos when the book hits. And you want him to be well represented. Stop swearing.
He can't. Look, see the thing about Nathan.
He can. It's a will, Brian.
He can't do it. If he could, he would have. He would have done it by now.
I don't believe that. You can.
It's stuck in his nature, Neil. It's in his nature. Paula has never lived in the UK. The amount of swearing that goes on in the UK, right, would make a lot of Americans
Listen,
blush.
I know that.
Paula grew up in
that.
a different scenario. She's saying, she's asking Nathan not to be who he is. You can't do that.
That's not that. You're trying to appeal to everybody outside the UK. I know. I worked with guys from Ireland and the guys from UK. They use the F word like I use the word no. Okay, I get it, but it's offensive to a lot of other people. And when that book hits and people are seeking you out, what do you want them to hear? You can't just refrain your tongue from saying the F word. I refuse to believe that. And it's not just Paula. Don't stick it on her. 10th Man had an issue with it. And a lot of other people have an issue with it.
Yeah, because they want Nathan to be nice Nathan, but still get the job done.
Never said
No.
nice, Nathan. I didn't say that. That's what I was arguing with Paul about this morning. I don't want nice Nathan. I want him to act accordingly, but you can curb your tongue. You can get angry and not swear.
Or he could get angry and swear like he does naturally. And people could maybe stop having a problem with it because that's who he is. He can't be. Look, that's like asking Paula to start swearing.
Stop it. Forget about Paula. This is me, Neil.
I'm just using Paula as an example.
Forget about Paula. Paula represents half the women. My wife was yelling at me yesterday. I don't have headphones. I got to listen to it. She's getting annoyed with it. That's my wife. And I guarantee that's every other woman. Come on. You could sit there and stick your head in the sand and say it's not a problem, Brian, because you don't consider it a problem. And you can open your eyes and see that it's going to be a problem for the rest of the people that want to listen to it.
Yeah, I would agree there that, if Nathan wants to curb the swearing, if he's talking to professionals who are seeking him out with a book, and if they have a little discussion, and then the guy he's talking to starts to, be very negative towards the book, you don't want to start swearing at the guy. You just say to the guy, well, look, you've got your opinions, good luck, you know what I mean? On your bike, you might want to say. You might go that far, but you don't want to start throwing F-bombs. Not really, no. You'd have to be a bit more decorum, I would think, would be
exactly
preferred.
That's my point. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah.
Adam, what do you think?
And I also feel in the UK, too many F-bombs are thrown when you're just having a normal discussion. Fucking this, F-ing that, F-ing this, F-ing that. We don't need the F-bombs, man. Just speak the English. Blimey.
No, see, but I understand that, Ken, because they talk, that's the way they communicate in Ireland. I worked with a bunch of Irish guys. Every other word. It was F. So I do
That's
understand
right. It's in
that.
England as well.
But
It's
if you're going to try to appeal to a bigger audience,
it's silly. Yeah, no, I've had it happen.
Regardless of what it is, Jin, that's the way it is. Silly. But if you want to appeal to a larger audience, you got to curb it a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree that there's too many F-bombs used, both in Ireland and in the UK. Right, I totally agree.
Yeah,
it's gotten out of hand. Right, but the problem is that when someone's been doing that their whole life, and when they get angry, that's exactly what they do. How are you going to stop Nathan from being Nathan? If people's main problem with Nathan, now my problem with Nathan is a different problem, right, than everyone else has, and I think everyone should have that problem with him.
So you're telling me Nathan's character is swearing? That's it. So if that's
no, it wasn't saying that.
Are you kidding me?
Nathan at the beginning, Nathan wasn't swearing when he came on the scene. That's a recent development. He wasn't swearing when he came on the scene, and that's what I liked about Nathan is that he could articulate this stuff, right, without swearing. And then he started to shout, and then it's developed into this swearing thing, and it's got out of hand. I think Nathan was clean, polite, and precise and concise. He wasn't swearing at the beginning. I remember it very well. This is a recent, and I felt cringe when he started swearing. Well, he's swearing when he doesn't have to here. So I don't know what he's doing, but he's spoiling his character. And I think he has done. Okay, the original Nathan, when he came in, wasn't swearing. And it was a breath of fresh air to hear an Englishman just deliver the facts without any F-bombs. It was brilliant. And now he's, I think he's doing too many F-bombs, to be quite honest. Unnecessarily so. Because I can argue with people without swearing and get the point across without using any F-bombs and press home that point. That's what he was good at doing. I liked that. with the epping and that blinding and that, it's just not necessary. Unfortunately, Nathan hasn't realised that, or maybe he does, and he's just doing it on purpose. Who knows?
No, he realizes that, but like Jim, he's raised in the UK, and that's how they talk. It is. Brian's right.
How many times were you trying to run a live stream and you would have people come on and snipe entire panels, or maybe come on and play some porn for everybody, right? Or show their ads or something while he's live streaming. You know, there's a lot of shit that's happened over the years, which is why he's become who he is.
And you can use that as an excuse to continue. That's good. I agree. Those things, they brought out the monster in QE too. Listen to QE's first few times on the scene. Very polite, never swore. So we could either continue and just say, they created me that way, and that's it. I'm going to stay that way. Or are we going to be professionals, curb our tongues? Listen, when I get angry, I swear too, but I don't swear in conversation. And I immediately check myself. And if you got a book coming out, you got to appear a certain way. I'm sorry. People are going to be looking for you. You're going to find the video. And how do my balls taste? And F this and F that. They're going to run the other way.
Nobody had a problem with the how do my balls taste this. Nobody had a problem with Nathan.
Just making
doing anything. Nobody had a problem with Nathan doing anything, as long as he was doing it to the borders. When Nathan started turning it on the listen with it,
You can't say that. It bothered me right from the get-go, Brian. So you're wrong already. I didn't like that right from the beginning. I don't care if it's a freaking video game analogy of teabagging. I don't care. It don't fit. You don't need it. You're better than that.
Yeah, I admit it may not be necessary, but it's maybe a good stigma that he has.
Yeah. Let me tell you my position. Yeah. Whenever I go onto these global servers, okay, my intention is to get the flat Earth truth out there. If it's a live stream, so that people can hear it. Right. Now there are times when they start to insult. So I say to the moderators, look, now we're throwing insults, are we now, moderators? What's going on here? You know, if you want to start an insult fight, I'm going to win that quite easily because you guys are soft. You don't know how to insult. Do you want me to start? And I start insulting them and their families and that now, and I'm getting muted. And then I said, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You start insulting me, I insult you and kill you where you sit, and then you mute. So, like I said, moderators, yeah, let's stop the insults and attack the problem you have with your globe model and no curvature, okay? Because that's the point. When it comes to slagging off, I am the champion at that. You guys haven't got it. You have to mute because it's just overwhelming, isn't it? So do we need to go down that road? Can you stop insulting and deal with the problem? That's what I have to say to them. Because they're wankers anyway. They'll never beat me in a fight. Never. I feel sorry for them idiots. They don't understand what they've got unleashed when I come in. So, you know, so that's why I like not to swear. But if you're going to swear, I'll kill you where you sit with swearing. You won't win. You will never win. I'll guarantee you. Try me. And that's what knocks them off their seats.
I understand that you're the type of person that holds back the swearing for when it's absolutely necessary. When you're pushed into a corner, and that's when you use it. And I try to be that way myself. Maybe I don't do it as good as you, but I try to be that way somewhat myself. Nathan, his persona is someone at this point is someone who swears. Now, unfortunately, it's become too much of a focus, and he's maybe done it too much. But that's down to I have to give him a certain amount of grace, because if you're running a live show dealing with them a-holes for years on end, you're going and flat out pretenders and flat out bullshitters, you're going to end up with less and less patience, and it's a patience thing. Nathan doesn't have the patience for it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think Nathan is such a character where he could actually use their swearing to their disadvantage, in that you have points. So when these guys come in, they say, I see you're up to 2,500 swear words in the last time since you've been here, you know, and you embarrass them for their swearing. I think that should be a tactic that Nathan should employ. A ranking of who's swearing the worst. And does swearing prove that the earth is a globe, ladies and gentlemen? And the amount of swear, why can't they attack? You see, I can twist that round. And I actually do that on the live streams they have. I say, note the tactics, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking a curvature. They're trying to assassinate my character. I may have misspoken slightly. It's not a crime, but can you see how they're running away from the points we're putting on the table? That's what Nathan should be doing, highlighting the idiocy from the swearing and how it's not actually related, and it's quite telling. Why can't they answer the question? Why are they swearing, ladies and gentlemen? What's up with that? What's the psychology behind all that? That's what he should be doing. Yeah.
Chin, from Nathan's mouth to my ears, it was said that swearing is because you got a small vocabulary, right?
Right, and you know what's funny?
Does Nathan have a small vocabulary?
Yeah, you're right, Neil. And also, Nathan says at the beginning, don't swear, because if you swear, you will be removed and you can come back another day. You know what I mean? So he shouldn't be swearing at all after that, after saying that, really. And the man is an F-bomb machine at times, Nathan. I tell you, it's funny, but it's not good.
And he's not, let's say, what's the word I'm looking for? Now, I don't have a vocabulary. He's not sliding words. I mean, he's got a good vocabulary. So that don't work for him.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't work because he sounds like he comes from Harrow or Eton, Cambridge, Oxford. So he's got a very good education behind him. And people like that generally don't swear. They're very weak at swearing, actually. And when I listen to Nathan swearing, I can see that it's out of his character. That's not Nathan, really, because when he came on the scene, he wasn't swearing. He sounded like a university graduate that could destroy any professor. That's what I liked about Nathan. Okay?
No, I'd say Nathan was swearing.
I'd say Nathan was
swearing at the schoolyard. I'd say he was swearing, hanging out with the guys, smoking and doing that. I don't see him not swearing.
I don't think so. It doesn't. No, I'm telling you now. That doesn't sound like Nathan. I'm sure he wasn't like that. You know what I mean? No, I can't accept that.
It was.
I think having grown up in Britain, I am well versed in certain types of characters, and I would say that Nathan, he might have dropped one or two F-bombs, but he wasn't an F-bomb machine. Definitely not when he was growing up.
Brian, what did you just say, Brian? Where was he brought up?
Nathan comes from the poor side of Birmingham. So you can be sure he was throwing a good few F-bombs at him.
So what, he came from working class background? Is that what you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, working class Birmingham. That's where he came from. Like, he was in school, in his classroom. He was the only white kid in his classroom. Everyone else was Muslim or black. Like Middle Eastern or black.
He was the only white kid in his classroom. Where did he go to school?
Somewhere in Birmingham. Most of his schools were Muslim.
Birmingham, right.
What I'm saying is, with the book coming out, you can refrain and you can present yourself in a better way. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. I agree with Neil 100% there. I'm lifting him up onto my shoulders. Let's go and tell the world that Nathan is really a nice character. Ignore the F-bombs. That's not really him.
Now, QE, there's not even a way. There's no hope. That's just it.
QE is ex-military, so exactly. I can fully understand how he gets exasperated and he throws it all out there. And he's a good teacher as well as an F-bomb thrower. I like him when he's doing that. That suits him down to a T. Right? Because, and that's fine. Again, though, if he's pushing out a book, he may not want to be dropping F-bombs.
I don't think he cares.
He doesn't. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree. Can't be someone you're not either.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian. That's who QE is. Yeah, well, I got to turn down the volume and I got to go outside when I'm watching this
Brian,
show.
on the other hand, I like Brian. What I like about Brian is this. He reminds me of one of the IRA leaders. They've got their points down to a T. They don't like to swear, but they'll give it to you if you want it. That's why I see Brian. Brian, I've never heard you swear so much, though, Brian. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah?
Well,
check out when Brian had enough at modern day debates.
Oh, right. Okay.
Even
Yeah.
that was.
I'm not
even
surprised
that
that
was
modern day
just-
Brian
debates, because
had
even I was
enough and he
throwing
went
them there
after the
myself.
moderator. That was great.
You know, they deserve it. Modern day
Yeah, they
debates,
deserved
deserve it. Yeah.
As I said though, Jane, I prefer to not swear as much as possible, because when sometimes swearing, it is sometimes the swear word fills in correctly, but I prefer to not, because this is an intellectual debate. If I can not swear, I would prefer to do that. I prefer to hold it back for when it's necessary. If I need to, kind of like what you do, but maybe not as much as or as good as you do it, but I like to do it that way. I don't like to use swear words as I can help it, because I used to. Because when I was growing up, I used nothing but swear words. Every sentence, every 5 words, 3 of those words were a swear word. Do you know what I mean? So they don't always help you to explain yourself. You know what I mean? So it's not a good thing.
Yeah. Brian, you are a very intellectual Irishman. That's a fact. You know, when I used to grow up, and when people used to make fun of the Irish, they'd just say, the Irish are dumb. That's Irish. If something went wrong, they'd say, that's Irish. And then one day, as a kid, I was in the Army Cadets, okay? So as a kid, somebody did something, and I would have been about 13, 14. And I said, that's Irish, right? And then an Irishman said, you know what? Irishmen are not dumb. They're very intelligent people. And when he said that, I felt so bad, I never said it again. I stopped saying that was Irish that day. And I never said it again. You know, because I realised that I was doing things, I was copying, and it was wrong. I thought, bloody hell, he's right.
It's
Maybe I know that all
indoctrination.
Irish
It's just
people are dumb.
indoctrination through growing up. Well, where you grow up and the time you grow up there. You know, now I mean, it's so that's how the language was worked at the time, and you're bound to end up saying it at some point because you grew up in that situation. Do you know what I mean? You're hearing it your whole life. At some point, you're going to say it. It's just, it's just the way it is.
But don't you think
That's
some
right.
of the best?
It took an Irishman. It took an Irishman to correct me, and he corrected me. He wasn't angry. He just said, that no, not Irishmen are not dumb, and that's wrong because how do you know? And then I said sorry, and I never said it ever again because he was right. He was absolutely right. I felt embarrassed.
But Brian, would you agree that some of the best jokes start with there was an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman?
Well, yeah, but those jokes take place over in the UK.
Yeah, they're racist.
I didn't hear much of them. I didn't hear much of them when I was younger, because they took place in the UK. You can add in English, Scottish, Irish, or English, Welsh, Scottish. Do you know what I mean? A Frenchman. So they're kind of bringing in kind of the countries around them. And some of the jokes were good. I have to say they were good. But the Irish got the brunt of having jokes most of the time, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair. But I mean, you could say the same joke and just use a different race if you wanted to.
It's not going to work the same, though. If you're talking about, especially that era, like the Jill is talking about, it's not going to work. The joke itself, a lot of those jokes only worked because the Irish got the brunt of it. You know what I mean? If that's the way the joke worked. It wouldn't have worked as good if you said it was a Frenchman. It's just not going to work because the French at the time.
No, it's not going to work, is it? Yeah. It never does.
Do you remember the joke they say in American Werewolf in London? The English guy in a pub when he's saying that joke. Remember the Alamo and choked out the Mexican. These guys don't remember American Werewolf in London, really?
Yeah, that's an embarrassing one. I would agree. So in the final analysis, I think Neil has hit the nail on the head there. That when you've got a book coming out now, you want to sound more professional, more slick, more like a lawyer, a barrister, delivering the flat earth truth. With that kind of approach, they know that this guy, he hasn't said anything wrong. He is questioning the heliocentric model. And how do I know that the Earth is a globe? What did I do to go and measure it and that? That's the approach that we want to be hearing now. Books coming out now. And you have to approach it like a lawyer, a barrister. That's what
that would be like judging a book by its cover.
Nathan came in and said no swearing to you, Jen. That's funny.
And and that's going to really work dividends because they can see that this proponent is coming with the English from Samuel Rowbottom. That kind of English approach, that's what we want to hear. Old school English in a legal type framework. So if the Earth is a globe, what is the evidence which leads to the proof? What is the proof of this? And if Earth is flat, what is the proof, ladies and gentlemen? Now, what are the factors? And then you lay out all the heliocentric models and explores, and then you transition.
Oh, you won't be getting if the Earth is flat by Nathan. That's for sure. You will not be getting it if the Earth is flat.
No.
Did you see the two women we covered earlier, Jin? Just out of interest, because you're not a Christian, but you have got a religion. I just forgot. You're a Hindu or what are you, a Muslim or something? I can't remember what religion you are. Jin.
Well, I'm not really religious, but I was born under the Islamic religion. Yeah, Islam.
Right.
Yeah.
But my point is, you're definitely not Christian. That's my point. Because earlier we were covering these two chicks that were summarising and pigeonholing flat earthers into two categories, one of which was Christian. And you're like, okay, so by stereotype, you can only see as far as your own religious belief and tie that to flat earth.
Yeah, I see your point. But I mean, I'm not criticizing you in any way as such. I'm just highlighting something that you may just want to keep an eye on. As Neil was saying, you have got a book coming out now. Just bear that in mind. But like I said, when you first came on the scene, you wasn't dropping any F-bombs. It was really good. I liked you then. I still like you now. But I liked you then. That, you remind me of somebody who came from Cambridge, Oxford, Eton. Neil, the language you were using, destroys any professor that wants to push the globe. You'll kill him. And I like that. And I think you need to keep that approach. Okay? Keep that. But that's the Neil, that's the Nathan that I like.
I like to have a verbal profundity.
What?
Well, you were gone, Nathan.
Because the language you use
went on.
Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
Is there something that needs editing out?
While you were gone, Nathan, there was a whole conversation that went on. Jin and Neil, and I don't know if someone else came in as well, maybe Click OK, were speaking about how you threw out so many F-bombs, and there was people giving out about the amount of F-bombs that went on yesterday or whatever. And I said to him, my issue with Nathan is not that. I don't care about that, right? Because that's people's sensibilities, right, of what they think. I don't think it's always necessary, but sometimes it is. But my problem with you, right, is that you don't add detail, right? I could look past everything else. The detail that you don't add, that does my head in. So now you know my problem with you.
I don't, because I don't know what detail I'm not adding.
Are we, Nathan?
I don't, because I don't know what detail I'm not adding. It's like saying you don't know
It's you and you're lazy to make a fact, right? And you don't give detail about what you're talking about. Or when you're talking about a subject, you try not to give in detail, which is the very thing you're going to have to give when the book comes out, because people are going to want you to have, people who will interview you need to give detail. And if the one thing drives me up the wall with you, and the same for Adam, because we know you can do it, you're just too lazy. By your own admission, I'm too lazy to do that. Take the easy way out. You need to give the detail when you're speaking about a topic. Doesn't matter if you like the topic or not, Coriolis, anything. You need to give the details.
Okay.
I think he lays down the Coriolis pretty well. Give me an example of the details that he's not laying out. Are you talking about when he says
don't focus on Coriolis and just use that because it's a topic he doesn't.
All right, so tell me, is he talking about Earth measured flat?
All right, I don't need my sensibilities defending Neil. It's fine. I appreciate it, but I get what Brian's driving at. Thank you.
I'm not defending you. I'm trying to understand too, because if the other day when you were saying Earth is measured flat, the guy came in and said, "What do you mean measured flat?" And nobody was explaining to him, and I knew he had no clue. Is that what you're talking about by not giving the details?
Yeah, thoroughly detailing the measurements. and why
And I
it
agree
is,
with
what
you.
it, what it is, and why it is what it is, and what it shows.
I'll give
A thorough detailing.
I'll give a better example. If I was to shortcut gravity to you'll need a plane of reference to describe down with respect to, the second an opponent starts asking me about a downward vector in gravity, Brian would see that as a shortcut that avoids all detail of gravity, the two various types, and how it gets debunked. Am I correct, Brian?
Yeah, and I would say 5 types with evidence. But the point being is that yes, exactly, Nathan. You could say down you're going to need a flat plane of reference for that, or a horizontal plane of reference for that. Yes, that is true. But for an audience who don't know any better, they're expecting you to address gravity and what they think it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even though I can understand you're bored of addressing it over the years, but that detail is what the audience is expecting. The audience hearing that you're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for down is not going to gel with them because they haven't gotten to that point. I understand it when you say that. Yeah. You're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for that down. And if you go through the steps of what the implications of that, it means there is no gravity because down requires a horizontal plane of reference, and the gravity that they're trying to promote is probably some force of gravity that is a pull to the center of a spherical object, right? But you're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for down. Down can't exist on a globe. It's over, right? If you understand it from a geometric point of view, it's over. But the audience aren't there. Do you know what I mean? They need all of that detail, and they need to know that they can have confidence in you, that you're not just throwing things out there and not knowing what they're talking about. You need to prove to the audience, even if it's going into BS rhetoric, globe rhetoric, or whatever, you need to prove to them that you know what you're talking about. Now, the likes of Whitsitt does do that up to a point, except for he focuses too much on the globe rhetoric to give people the impression he knows what he's talking about. Right? You need to not be a Whitsitt, but you need to give detail when it's necessary, because people are going to want to know that they need to trust the person. They need to trust you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they need to have confidence in what you're doing. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, Nathan, you do a grand job already. The F-bombs, I think, are spoiling it a little bit. But as Brian said, you just need to, as you said, you'll need a flat frame of reference.
Yeah. I mean, Brian, I'm hearing both of you. I'll just acknowledge both of you. Yes, you're saying the F-bombs need to be tamed down a bit. And yes, they do. Because as much as I criticise Dave Weiss for not representing us in an effective manner when he's talking about how the globe should work, the same criticism is being levelled at me for my language.
When you articulate the heliocentric model and the fact that we're living on a flat Earth, but you understand on a non-rotating plane, it's brilliant. It's road bottom type English, and I love that. Okay, so just keep that going. That's all I'm saying.
Well, just put yourself in the position of an audience member who's listening to whatever podcast you're on, where you're promoting the book. If you can detail gravity clearly, and that shows that you understand the topic, so they're not going to follow someone who they have the impression understands the topic and can be shown to not understand it somewhere later down the road. When you show to the audience that you understand the topic implicitly, and you understand it especially better than your opponent who's trying to promote it, right? And you understand its pitfalls, and scientifically and otherwise, right? Via implication and science and natural science and everything else, then you're showing that you are the person that can be relied upon. But if you just say you're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for that down, that's not going to work. Because you have to remember, there's going to be a lot of people listening to you who won't know anything about this subject. They'll never come across it, hardly ever looked into it. The first time I ever looked into it.
I'm hearing you on
They
FM.
are going to need a horizontal reference for that.
No. Yes, they will need, and that will also get mentioned. So it's not like Brian saying, don't say that. What he's saying is, going through rhetoric he's heard me go through previously when I point out there's various types of gravity, the whole reasoning behind the housekeeping question in regards to gravity is because of the journey we've taken to learn about the various types. Yeah? Debunking it as being 110 years out of date, the Newtonian gravity. Yeah? Well, if I'm not doing that, then Brian's going to be pissed. And I can understand why, because he's saying if you just say you're going to need a down, therefore you're going to need a flat earth, and that's where it ends, that's going to not leave a bitter taste in people's mouth, but it's not sufficient. There's not enough meat on that bone for people to chew on, is what Brian's saying, and I completely hear what he's saying. I've got to go back to. I've got to take.
Yeah.
It's one thing refining to a point the fact that we can dissolve this down to you'll need a flat Earth for that. It's another to incorporate that into a rhetoric that people are familiar with because they're used to hearing terms like gravity, and then lead them into and you'll need a flat Earth for that, rather than it just being the shortcut that's used in debate in 2025. There's a step back that I've got to take into the rhetoric that I'll be going back into if I'm out on the circuit. So I'm hearing what Brian's saying, and I'm hearing you too, Jin. I've got to tame down the language.
Well, I don't think if you like the thing about the language thing is you're not going to be using that language when you're promoting the book, speaking to someone on a podcast. Chances are you're not going to be using that language unless the person becomes very belligerent. But you're promoting a book, so that's what you're there for. But if people, Jen's point is that if people come and listen, like some random person's not going to know. Point. Yeah, Neil and Jin. Nathan referenced Jin. Relax, Neil. Relax. I'm not leaving you out of the loop, right? Nathan's aware of your position on it. Is that if people come and listen to the show and they listen to, let's say, yes, by chance, when they come across you in the book and they listen to the show and they come across yesterday's show and they don't know who Angels of Light is or what's going on, and they just hear you, let's say, effing them out of it. Right? Because I know what's going on, I'm quite happy with it. I have no problem with it. Right? He deserved everything he got. But someone who doesn't know what's going on, that's going to turn him against and away from you. Kind of thing. Now, I think it might be a bit too late for that. Do you know what I mean? People are going to come across these things anyway, and people have to learn to deal with it. But as Neil said for himself, Neil said that yesterday, because he had it coming out through his speakers on his phone, that his wife wasn't happy with all this language coming out of the phone in the house or whatever. So, do you know what I mean? So I can understand, but it's a dirty job someone has to do it.
No, but the thing is, going forward, you don't have to. You can't do anything about the past. Those are recorded. Those are done. People go and find them. They're going to hear that. But they also can hear the newer stuff. And if they put in a new video, they can hear language changed Nathan, where he doesn't have to use those words and still get the point across and nail people to the wall and berate somebody like Angels of Light who needed it and David Weiss who needs it.
Yes.
The only thing is I don't have headphones. If I had headphones, I would be wearing them, but I don't have headphones. So I have to turn my volume really low, go into a corner of a room somewhere because it's annoying my wife. She said yesterday, I can't take this swearing. I don't need to hear that.
See, I suppose in America, like there's a cuss words, as you call them over there, isn't it? The swear words, that they're much more frowned upon. And like obviously in the UK and Ireland, we were speaking about this earlier, Nathan. Like we spoke about it before, in the UK and Ireland and Australia, and like it's just constant swear words. But the UK and Ireland, but the UK accent, the Southern English accent, I think more than anything, when there's a swear word used, like you would use it, Nathan, when they hear your accent, even though you originally had a Birmingham accent, but because you've had taken speech lessons and all the rest of it, you've removed that accent. But now you have a Southern English accent, and when you swear, it comes across so sharply. It's like a razor blade. When I swear, it doesn't sound as bad. With the Irish accent, it doesn't sound as bad.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I bet you anything that Aussies get away with saying the C word in their videos, whereas I probably don't. Like, I say the C word and immediately get demonetized. And Aussie says the C word, and people are like, those crazy Aussies. You know what I mean?
yeah, they never stop swearing, but you don't notice it because so much because of the way they speak and the way their accent is. But when you notice it immediately when it's a Southern English accent, you notice it because it's so sharp. Yeah.
He enunciates it perfectly, the swear word. It's very sharp. Get the F out of my community. Now I gotta be a hypocrite because it does amuse me too. So I'm caught in a crossroads here. When things like that come out, I laugh. But then I say people are going to be looking into this when they grab the book.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get that across sometimes, and that is with the F.
I know.
You know what I mean? When Nathan says about David Weiss to get the F out of my community, it's like he has to put in the F word for the passion of what he's trying to say to get across. Sometimes they're necessary for that to get that across.
Yeah, get the heck out of my community ain't gonna fit, right? Get the heck out of my community. It's gonna sound like a nerd.
Leave my community, please.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
I mean, as much so, I'm glad that the sentiment's being on my side with regards to language, but it is indefensible. It's not necessary at all. Get out of my community has just as much bite. It doesn't need the F word. So, as much as it's me that's saying it, it is my inability to find the right word or leave out that swear word. That is a failing on my part. Yeah, you could say, oh, it's rich language, it's better, it's putting more emphasis. Nah, I think it's causing more harm than good.
But it comes back to your to that lazy streak, I think, Nathan. Neil Oakley. Sorry, it goes back to Nathan Cosentino. It comes back to that streak, Nathan, that you have, where you look for the easy, fast way out of the problem, and that's okay in life in some ways. But I think you're doing the same thing when it comes to language now.
Absolutely.
What word can I find here? Okay, I got one. Fuck. No.
Yeah, and you're right. You're absolutely correct. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for the shortest route to the end of that sentence, always. Sometimes it's like there's several points that need to be made in a sentence, and people will listen to what I'm saying and go, well, this sentence is rolling on quite a lot. You're like, well, there's a lot to say. And I'm trying to find the most concise way of doing it. That's quite difficult sometimes. So sometimes the lack of vocabulary, that's to say more concise vocabulary to keep it shorter, leads me to a swear word to join sentences together. And there's not, if I was quicker on my feet with my language, less lazy as Brian wants to spin it, then yeah, you're right. I'd get there without the use of the F-bombs. I'm working on it.
That's all we ask for.
But you see the reactions, right? You saw, I've forgotten the guy's name. I called him Jamal, and it wasn't. It was someone else. Or maybe it was. He was dealing with Professor Dave, and he started calling him sweetheart or cupcake or something like that. And the guy instantly lost his shit with him, right? And you're like, yeah, because that's what they do. It's called goading you, right? They're goading you so that you look bad.
Yeah, Professor Dave saying with a smug look on his face, saying to Lord Jamal, okay, sweetheart, it's like, or sweetie. He said, sweetie. It's this little looking to annoy you because they can't deal with the issue situation. The fact that when they're using sweetie, you know they're weak. Something like that. But that doesn't mean it's not going to work. You know that when they're using those terms that they're weak, because it means that that's what they've got. They've got goading you, not proof, right? It's like whenever they're using anything like that, whether it be something like that or something racist or something, whatever, it's personal and it's always that they don't have the proof. But what they're using will infuriate someone, right? And can infuriate. And even if you know what they're doing and you're aware of it, at that time it can infuriate you. Especially if Professor Dave, he sits there with a smug smirk on his face, calling you sweetie, when you know the guy's a pretender clown, right? He's a clown, right, who has been shown to be a clown publicly, right? But he's the face of whatever. He's the face of heliocentrism, out there on the internet. Give him 1 million subs, whatever, as you would say, Nathan.
I don't know about face of
That's what he does.
heliocentrism. He's more like, oh, I mean, if you'd have said face of anti-flat Earth, I'd have probably given him that much, maybe.
Well, yeah, okay, the face of anti-flat Earth, maybe call him that then. Point being is that
What's up, guys?
I hate the Rose. The point being is that they will try and infuriate you, and that's when you will end up screaming and shouting F-bombs at them. And even though people recognise that that's what happened, they're still going to want to critique someone on the F-bombs. I won't critique someone at that point. It's like, no, that can happen to absolutely anyone. So it's like what was his name? Rebel. Right, that guy Rebel who was around. He was saying, oh no, you need to have conversations more. You can't do this. And you need to try doing that with the ballers more. He spent 3 weeks on Discord and he was F-bombing like mad and he hated them. Right, because it's easy to say all that, right, and it's easy from the outside to say all that, until you're involved in it. If you're involved in it and you then prove your point, grand. But Rebel didn't. What's his name? Rebel. That guy who used to be around Rebel. He was like giving a load of advice until he spent 3 weeks in the arena, and suddenly all that advice went out the window. Because he ended up doing exactly. He became the monster he was trying to tell other people not to become.
Yeah, what was that guy's name? I always forget his name.
Rebel.
Rebel. Yes.
Pardon me for
my
coming
point
at the
being
end.
is that Jin can say what he says, and Jin can get away with it because Jin has been around for a long time, and Jin does do what he preaches. But Rebel was preaching a lot of stuff, and when push came to shove, Rebel didn't do what he preaches. Rebel did the opposite of what he was preaching.
Yeah, because he started getting into the debate. Exactly. But we're above that now.
But you can't give advice if you haven't experienced this. Do you know what I mean? It's like standing on the sidelines of a football match and saying some professional footballer or professional basketball or whatever is useless. And you've never been on the pitch. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's not useless. The guy's a professional. He might have a few issues, but he's not useless. Come on.
Pardon me for catching at the ending, but y'all talking about fake perpetrators of frauds, something like that?
No, we're talking about Nathan's language.
Oh, okay, got you.
That was a random few darts in different directions there, I think, he was hoping to hit the target.
But it's due to these people. That's why the language came about and progressed. Because if you listen to Nathan and Kiwi at first arrival on the scene, they're very polite. There's no swearing going on. And it's like these ballers created monsters. Well, now it's time to slay your own monster and represent correctly. You got a book coming out. You got people that are going to be seeking you out. Man up.
But then I guess it goes back to what we were talking about before with Bible U, Paul and all them, about when you get that book, there's a certain, like me and Brian was saying, you got to kind of scale back on it, scale back on the language, and don't allow them to take you to that level where they can then call you the irrational, radical, profane individual. Because you don't have to be. When you're speaking truth, you speak on righteousness, you ain't got to, go stoop to their level because they like to trigger that out of you. That way they can taint you. And then people don't hear the message. A lot of reasons why people in the background, we can't play some of the things back in the past because we wanted them to learn it. But once they heard that language, it kind of, they just get, I don't know, it convolutes the truth because they look more at the language. It's almost like music, like hip hop. It could be a message in it, but because they're saying certain things in there, you don't get the message. So we don't have to go there. We can be straightforward, articulate with passion, dynamics, but we don't have to say all the things that makes, you have to cover the children's ears or grandma doesn't go, oh my God, and grasp her pearls and be like, oh, such language. He could say that, can he get his message across without being like that? So I have to say, without profanity, we win better. No matter how they get us pissed off, we win better.
Yeah, well, what's your point?
Absolutely correct. Here. I agree with that. Especially when they start saying to us, we are science deniers and we're anti-science. I quickly respond with, well, actually, ladies and gentlemen, it is not a scientific endeavor when we're looking at the heliocentric model and the flatness of the realm we live on. That's not a scientific endeavor. So how could I be anti-science, ladies and gentlemen? Does he know what science is? I think my opponent doesn't know what he's talking about. There you go.
Well, what you're really referencing is character assassination. And I've said it time and time again, it is their number one tactic against us. And it's the most effective tactic against us and has been historically, all the way back to Rowbottom and Lady Jane or whoever at the time. All these people from back in those Victorian era times. It's character assassination. Every time I brought up, or the name of Samuel Rowbottom is brought up, somebody has to I remember every single time it was brought up in a debate in any way, shape, or form, the first thing that's said by the opposition, or that guy was a liar, or that guy was a fraud, or that guy was a charlatan. Whatever it was, right? The point being is that instead of addressing whatever the topic was, it was instant character assassination of the person, right? And it's the same, so when you have someone like when you have someone out there like David Weiss or Angels of Light claiming that we're talking about free energy and a utopia, right? That can be used as a character assassination against us. So if people don't get to hear the arguments, don't get to hear the facts and the truth, because all they're hearing is character assassination. That's all they're hearing. Right, and that is so powerful. It's been used by the media. It's been used by Israel very effectively for a long, long time, right? And anyone who is control of the media, it's been used. The media destroy people and have destroyed people unwarrantedly, right? Purely based off of character assassination concerning things that weren't even true. So you know what I mean? How easily someone can look bad when they don't even deserve it. Because by a character assassination, and all they want to do is assassinate your character. You have to somehow be a lawyer, or you have to be stupid, or you have to be a con man, or something.
All right. That's all fine and dandy. Whether you're being accused of being a pedophile, whether you're being accused of being a liar, whether you're being accused of being a child abuser, whether you're being accused of being someone with a bad mouth, the main thing is to walk in a way where those who know you and those who know of you don't have anything that can connect that to you. But if you just say, I'm going to be me, I'm going to do me, and you continue to do the things that make you look in that position that they're character assassinating you about, you're help feeding their opinion. You're help feeding their false claim on you. So all I'm saying is to fight that. The best way, whether you accomplish it or not, is definitely not to just say, well, I'm going to do it anyway because they're going to blame me for it. That's like, that's the most self-destructive, self-character assassination kind of, assistance you could do to yourself. Because they're going to say what they want to say. But if people know you or people know of you, and they'll say, well, he used to be like that. Or, yeah, I know him like that, but he's not like that anymore.
Exactly.
That's the point I'm saying.
You want your new videos to back up your character now, not your old videos backing up who they want you to be.
Yep, because the old videos they're gonna pull out of the woodworks. That's the same thing that's how like you said, that's how politics is. Somebody running for office out of the blue. Oh, there they go, the videos. Here go the sound bites. Here go the quotes. Here go the X comments, the X posts. Here come the IG and the Facebook posts. Can't trust him. He said this before. That's all fine and dandy. But what have you got for me lately? What have you got for me lately? Dun, 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 dun. That's what it is. And if you can show any type of conversion, any type of redemption, any type of repentance, that's what the public looks for too. Oh yeah, he used to be a crackhead. Now he does counseling at AA programs for addicted people. You think people look? You think they say, I don't want you going there because the guy that's counseling he used to be a drug user. Well, those are the best drug users.
Yeah,
Those are the
Nathan,
best
put down the
counselors.
crack, Nathan.
Yeah, those are the best. Those are the best counselors. The ones that have been there and done it. They're the best ones to keep you clean because they've walked the walk. So people, even though people judge what people are being accused of on the character assassination tip, but if you're walking in a certain way in the current state, and they can only pull something from 2017, 2018, 2020, be like, oh, yeah, that's fine. We all have made our mistakes. There are pastors who have stories to tell. There are nuns who have stories. Everybody got a story to tell what they did in their life. Nobody's perfect. But if you continue to walk that way and then call yourself trying to walk in righteousness or truth, yeah, they're going to slice you to pieces and you ain't going to never win the battle.
Well, when they try that on me, I always tell them your attempt to character assassinate me is impossible because I'm indestructible. Let's deal with the problem you have. And yesterday at Omnivore server, I had them saying enough, enough, enough. You know, they gave up. Okay, I got them. I flogged them with the truth so much they were tired. Okay, and I loved it. Yeah, that was good.
Uncle Jim,
I left.
Uncle
I said,
Jim.
ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You jinxed them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Uncle,
exactly.
Uncle Jim,
exactly.
stop. Please stop.
Yeah, that's what happened yesterday in Omnivores. Yes. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take that win. Okay, Jin CBL1 does it again. There you go. Because at the end of the day, the truth must come out. And they tried to character assassinate me. And I tell you a funny story. There's one guy called Tony, PhD, yeah? I said, funny business hours you keep, Tony. You're here Sparrow's part. Are you actually working? Have you retired? Because I don't see you doing any work. After 30 minutes, he disappeared. He disappeared.
Yeah.
So I highlighted
They're like all the
that, are you really
protesters. Don't they have anything to do?
Yeah, that's what because he's a PhD, you see. So I thought he'd be well sought after. He's up early because he's in Australia. I'm in Japan. He's a few hours ahead of me. Now I get to those servers at 8 o'clock in the morning, sometimes 6 o'clock in the morning. He's already there. I stop around about 10 because I go to work. I come back. He's still there. So I'm thinking, well, is this guy working? And that's what I said. I said yesterday, funny business hours you keep, Tony. Are you working? Because you seem to be here morning, noon, and night. Barrow Spart, you're here. What's going on? And then he disappeared because I said his PhD meant persons having delusions. That's what I said. That's what your PhD means. So please get out of here. Yeah, I took a win yesterday. I loved it. They were begging for mercy.
I like that. People having delusions.
Yeah. With your PhDs, yeah. So I understand the character assassination, and you're correct. Keep your cool, turn that around. I'm indestructible. You can never destroy my character, but I'm destroying your globe. Can you actually address the problem? You see the tactics, ladies and gentlemen? They are running from the problem they've got, and they're trying to assassinate me. The only reason you know what you know is because you heard me clearly, ladies and gentlemen. You heard exactly what I had to say. You're now learning. Do you hear me? Do you hear me attacking their characters? I don't have to. They're exposing themselves. I love this. I trained to do this. Yeah, I hit them hard. They don't have a chance.
That's why I respect and understand why a lot of times QE and them would yell out no color commentary. We don't care about their psychotic traits or whatever we perceive their attitudes to be. Let's talk about the subject at hand. Period. Despite whether we know they're liars, we know they're this and this and that. That's basically just, that's assassinating their character, whether it be true or not. If someone stutters and you tease them about their stuttering. Yeah, they stutter, but what they're saying is facts. What they're saying is true, even if they're trying to do it.
Yeah, I'll give you another funny story again. There's a doc. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Jane. I was just going to say, what they wrote says there, we can fall into the same trap and learn from our opposition the wrong thing to do. We end up then trying to character assassinate them. Now, we are doing it alongside of showing evidence, but it doesn't make us any better. Right? Trying to character assassinate our opposition is not always constructive. Leave them do that because that's all they've got. Just be aware that they're doing it. We don't need to do it. You know.
Yeah.
We don't need
That's right.
We don't need character assassination for them. They do that to themselves.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's a documentary called The Convexed Earth, the full documentary. And the first 60 seconds starts off by saying that there have been many evidences that have been put forward for the globe, but those evidences are not proof. It's a great documentary, okay? Now, the Globers tried to character assassinate the Brazilians, okay? Apparently, one of the characters had done some kind of crime shenanigan years ago, and they seem to homing on that all the time. And you know what I say? To kill them all. I said, ladies and gentlemen, these characters may have murdered your children, raped your wives, robbed you, and killed, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they proved that the earth isn't a globe, ladies and gentlemen, which is what we're here. And everybody deserves a second chance. And we're talking one character that did some kind of crime years ago, doesn't take away from the fact that they proved the earth isn't a globe, ladies and gentlemen. So bear that in mind. Even though they didn't murder your children, they didn't rape your children and didn't murder your husband and whatever, okay? They're not cutthroats and thieves. Thank you. So I took their character assassination from them and turned these people into the worst criminals you could have. But did they prove the earth is a globe? No, they didn't. They became flat earthers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ha! They can never win, I'll tell you that. They're always going to lose. Because it does get a little bit toxic in these servers where they're attacking the characters. Yeah, Yeah, go ahead.
But you said this was on the convex stuff. That's another load of rubbish. That may as well be the globe. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if they're debunking a globe, they're promoting another heap of rubbish. There's no convex out.
Well, to be quite honest, you know, when you look at what those Brazilians did over 7 years, I felt they did sterling work, because the first 45 minutes is what I'm mostly concerned with. The latter part of their documentary, where they go into speculations, I don't follow that. I'm looking at the equipment they used, okay, to prove to themselves that the Earth's a globe that turned out to be flat. And they used some pretty good equipment, okay, and they executed it well, okay? We're not throwing out the baby and the bath and the water, chucking it all out, no. Let's take what is good, and what is good is the very beginning, that first 60 seconds, and then they show you the equipment they're going to do, they show you their endeavor to try and prove the curvature, and they proved flat Earth. That's it. That's the first 45 to 50 minutes is the main chunk of that documentary. I think it's pretty good. I will always promote it. It does get certain people's backs up. Never mind. They proved their point. 7 years in the making, they did not find the globe. And these were quite established individuals in the fields of agriculture was one of them, cartography was another, science and various other fields.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Jen, on the topographical aspect. The topographical aspect is their convexity, right? That's what they're talking about. The actual physical terrain.
Yeah.
You know, is that that's so topographically they're talking about convexity. Okay, but they do talk about the water being leveled all the way across. So it's
correct.
It's kind of convoluted, like Brian is saying.
But they can't do the rules. They can't be.
It's convoluted. It's convoluted, like Brian saying.
Convexity. You know what I mean? Like I saw what was supposedly the best proof of a convex Earth. I saw what it was. And I saw its flaws, and I pointed out its flaws to a guy who tried to share it with me. And he had a problem with it. Like, they were using the horizon. The horizon moves further from you and closer to you and can drop and can rise. The horizon is not a point that you can use geometrically. and they were using the horizon to try and prove their point. And they used it on a day when the horizon, probably a high tide, when they were doing it on a high tide, and suddenly the horizon appeared slightly higher than the level they had created. But it's only an appearance. Do you know what I mean? So it was all like it's like they were treating the horizon as a point of that can be used geometrically. You know what I mean? It's like, so I understand, Jim, what you're saying, that these people might have disproved the curvature, blah blah blah, but then they obviously went on to try and promote some other heap of rubbish.
I don't know if you call it all rubbish. I mean, Beeloo is quite endearing, really.
Beeloo.
Yeah, you remember Beeloo in the bushes?
How could I forget?
Yeah. But again, that has nothing to do with the globe Earth and proving whether it's curvature or not. That's I didn't even know they did Beeloo until Gem Panda brought it up. One of Gem Panda's
Hold on a second. I'm just going to ask.
But I said again.
I'm just going to consult with Beeloo and see if it is relevant. Is it relevant, Beeloo?
Yeah.
Beeloo says it is relevant.
Yeah. So I said to Gem Panda and his cronies, it doesn't really matter what they did on their other videos. We're talking about flat Earth and your lack of curvature on your globe. That's why it's flat, okay? It's measured flat, aviated flat, maritime flat, okay? Where's your curvature? That's what we're talking about here. And those guys were looking for curvature and they found extended horizontality. That's what they found, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I rest my case on the convex stuff, the full documentary. I suggest you have a good look and look at the way they use the equipment. That's all. And we can all replicate that. What they did, we can. We don't have to buy the equipment. We can rent it and do that. We don't have to buy the equipment. Go and rent it and do it. And you'll be pleasantly surprised. Love it, man.
But yeah, I got you. But what I'm saying is, whether the small scale or the broad scale, just the topographical variance of the terrain, not the water level that goes horizontal leveled all the way across the plane, but the topographical differentials is going to have some convexity here and there. That's what makes islands. That's what makes continents. That's what makes deep sea diving. That's what makes phantoms deep in the water. So we never know just how deep. Pretty much. I don't even know if there's an equipment that has gone. I know they dug in Russia almost 8 miles, but has there been a diving situation that went below 8 miles to be able to, at a certain point of the plane, to touch deeper than 8 miles to get to the surface of terrain, like terrain.
Well,
nobody has. Right, nobody has. So, as far as that is, yeah. But my vision of convexity is like from one edge to the other, going all the way across to the other edge, whatever circumferential, or whether it's whatever, how you want to pan out the radius, everything's going downward. It continues to go downward to the deepest. And then on the other end, at a spectrum that we'll never see or know about, it starts to come back up like a contact lens, like a bowl, like a tub. See, the opposite of, to me, curved globe is convexity would be the opposite, like a bowl, a giant tub. So I don't like that. I just
want to say that when I said convex earlier, I meant concave. Sorry.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
Well, again,
to me, that's right. You're right, Brian. It's more concave.
Yeah. Well, again, yesterday, one of those, that Tony PhD guy was talking about seismometers being able to determine what's deep under the earth. Okay. Then after he'd finished, I said, well, ladies and gentlemen, you must always question when you're hearing this guy, Tony, because he's telling us that they've got instruments that can tell us what's 4,000 miles deep. Then I went on to talk about the what is it? It's called the Cola Super Borehole.
Hold on, Jin.
Which
Jin.
took Russia 20 years to drill.
Just before you go on, Jin.
Yeah, it took.
So seismology is a flat Earth proof, right? You realise that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is why I tried to say to him that the instruments being used cannot be telling us what's 4,000 miles deep. And I said, you have to establish a standard by which you can accept that you're going to be satisfied with. I'm not satisfied with believing it can do that. My stand would be, I want to be 4,000 miles deep down there, first and foremost. I want to have my instrument receive a signal. Then I know that the equipment works and indeed can go that distance. Outside of that, it's a belief. I'm never going to believe that. We don't have that.
Stop.
Yeah.
What are they measuring in seismology? Do you know?
Well, he said it was all about vibrations, I think. They send a signal down and it bounces.
Yeah. Okay. So deviations up and down. Okay, with respect to what?
Well, you tell me.
Well, think about, well, just visualize it. Visualize an old-fashioned seismology machine. It's spewing out paper, right? And there's pens attached to it that are moving up and down, correct?
That's it.
What are they moving up and down with respect to? Think about it for a minute. I want you to recognize what's happening. What are they deviating from, up and down from, Jin?
Well, nothing. I don't.
Oh, definitely not nothing.
They're sending a signal. Yeah, nothing.
No, definitely not nothing.
Well, I see. When I all I know is that they send a signal down. It's hitting some material, and the signal's coming back. That's all I got.
A surface.
They're measuring the deviation from a plane of reference, Jin.
Okay. Yeah, I can accept that.
So
it's the depth.
Just chill.
I'm talking about the depth, though. Yeah,
Jin. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Yes.
Exactly.
Correct. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth reference. Exactly. We're talking about them knowing what's deep into the Earth, though. That's what I was really coming in at.
Yeah, but
mostly.
The deep part. Focus on that, Jin. It's depth in relation to what?
Exactly.
The same as what's reference to the altitude.
Yeah,
everyone else, shush. Everyone else except Jin. Everyone else, chill. Just Brian, fair enough, because he's actually being useful. Everyone else, just chill. Just let the penny drop for Jin. Right, Brian, just ask your last question. I want Jin to get this. Everyone else, just step off for a minute.
Yeah, focus on the depth, Jin. It's depth in relation to what?
The surface of the Earth, isn't it? The horizontality of the Earth, isn't it?
Right, as a plane of reference. You got to measure Earth flat to assert this seismology. The process requires Earth be flat to reference that plane to give you the depth that he's describing. So it's like we were covering on today's live show. You start by measuring Earth flat and then hope that no one notices as you immediately whistle past that flat Earth measurement that you've just used to describe whether or not it might be ball-shaped.
Yeah, absolutely. The penny has dropped. So basically, it's the opposite of knowing the altitude. Again, you're going to need a flat frame.
Now you're speaking my language. I can shut up now, Jin. Jin, yes. Just for everyone else. Just for a second, Jin. Just chill. Just for everyone else's benefit, because you're going to get a lot of praise. Yeah, that's the way you acknowledge understanding something. Yeah, he's given me the converse of it, like the antithesis with height and altitude to demonstrate to me that I understand. Sorry to talk about you in third person, Jin. Yes, Jin. Thank you for acknowledging now to the point where I can now go on mute and shut up that you understand. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that anyway. Yeah, but as I was saying to the audience yesterday, that they had to establish a standard and question what you're being told, and what instrument can tell us what's 4,000 miles deep when they were wrong for 7.8 miles, 7.6 miles of drilling for 20 years, and they made their predictions of what they were going to encounter, and they were wrong for every step of the way. How can they then now tell us what's 4,000 miles
They
deep?
can't,
How
Jim.
can
They
they?
can't. What they're doing is they're using the two-way speed of light calculation, right, which is based around heliocentrism, and they're making up distances based off of that. That's what they're doing. They're making up, and it doesn't matter if he is claiming. It doesn't matter if he is claiming 4,000 miles, because it's 4,000 miles in relation to a horizontal plane of reference. They can't use the surface of a sphere because they won't get a correct return signal. To get a correct return signal, you need something to bounce down, back up, bounce down, back up, bounce down, back up. You need a baseline, and they don't have it on a sphere. So 4,000 miles, 20 million miles, who cares? The point being is that, because I don't know how deep the Earth is, it doesn't matter. The point is that they need that horizontal baseline to bounce off of over huge distances. What PhD Tony is promoting proves a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always starts with measure a flat Earth and then whistle past it. So with Angels of Light and Dave Weiss, they're like talking about sea level, talking about gaining the measurements, and with that flat Earth prerequisite, we can now argue about whether or not Earth curve should get in the way. You're like, this is dirty. 10 years ago, maybe. 5 years ago, you're being told not to do it. Now it's just dirty, isn't it? We're using a flat Earth to argue about whether or not Earth is flat. It's outrageous. I'm sick of it.
Yeah. Everything from surveying, geology, seismology, I should say, GPS, every single thing they're doing, they're using a horizontal plane of reference for all of it. Navigation, aviation, everything.
And another tactic that is used against the flat earther is that, you may be bringing up a point that was raised in 2016 or even 2015, and they come out with, oh, that's so 2015. And I say, well, yeah, but you didn't debunk it. The fact is still there. That's going to be there 2080. It's still going to be there because we're talking about a flat earth. There is no globe. So I'm going to keep repeating this until the day I die. Repetition is key. One's life is full of repetition. And if you don't like repetition, why are you living then? Because your life is you have repetition in your life. So as long as you hear my voice, you're going to hear that point again and again and again until you debunk it. And you can never debunk it because we're living on a flat earth.
Yeah, but think how much more powerful
Yeah.
you're going to be when you face off with PhD Tony and he brings up seismology next time. Now you're going to hit him with you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
I don't think Jin's always going to be all right, actually. Do you know Jin, Neil? He's always been all right. He'll always be all right.
Never said he wasn't. I know Jin, but when he lays it down on PhD Tony the next time, lays it down with more power.
Thanks to us. Yeah, Jin. You basically got us to thank for that. Yes.
Oh, absolutely. 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 I love all the work you do. And I use everything. I am whipping them to death with that Globetards flatline. It's like I've strapped them up and every word I say hurts them, okay? And I mentioned your names and everything else. Go and watch
you don't
it.
need to.
I announce
I'm proud that you do that, to be honest, Jin. I'm just proud that you do that. You do it with gusto, and you always have, and I'm very proud. It's not that I can take any credit for it or suggest that I'm responsible for you having good arguments. You do you, man. You're good at you doing you, so you just keep that up. You don't need to acknowledge anything from me. You're good.
Oh, but I love bringing up the names of other famous flat earthers, as I call them, because they bring you up anyway. Do you know what I mean? So, well, if they're going to do that, well, yeah, let's bring up what they've done, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what you do. some of the other Globers actually like me. They call me a showman, you know, for example, because, like I said, I go in there just to be polite and deliver the truth. If they want a slagging match, they're going to lose that because they can't slag off as much as I can. They can't do it. They haven't got that gusto. They haven't got it. So don't go down that road. Let's just stick with the facts. And then if they can't win that way, they interrupt or they mute. There you are. But it's
that's a Nathan Oakley
That's
argument.
the thing. Go on.
I just said they'll say, nah, that's a Nathan Oakley argument. That's a QE argument.
Yeah, QE argument. Yeah, that's what I say. A Nathan or QE. Or Brian's logic. I was talking about Brian's logic with the sun and the moon, you know? The sun and the moon on the moon dials. I was talking about that yesterday. Now, you know, honestly, guys, that's what I do. If you come and see me sometime, then you will notice I'm using your stuff. I have to. It's truth, isn't it? It's truth. Yeah. And I actually went into Earth Awakenings. As soon as we had that Globetards Flatline episode sorted out, I went in there because I don't want to hear any of you guys losing to the Globers. We've got people who've done some good work. Here's the documentary. Please watch it and use it. Right? I don't want to be in a server debate here with you lot, and you're losing to the Globers on this. So let's get it together, yeah? And you know what? You did that last year. Was it last week? Gio actually unpacked it for the first time. Okay? Because there was a few Globers not listening, and I kept mentioning it, the in-flight telemetry data. So Gio said, let's unpack that, and they did. So believe you me, we're using your material all the time. I love it. Just love it.
Yeah, just don't at the end bring up Ether. Oh boy.
Yeah, FED, man. FED.
You're not gonna come. You're not gonna come with free energy and ether when it's all said and done, right?
Yeah. No, of course not. But remember this: when I'm not here, you know I'm elsewhere kicking ass. That's the thing, yeah. Just remember that. Because I'm not here all the time, but when I'm here, I love it, and then I love what I do when I'm on the other servers there. You know what I mean?
But Jim, some people come here and they stay here for 5 shows, much more, and then they don't use the arguments, and at the end they go to ether and the other nonsense, free energy.
Yeah, no, I don't do the ether thing as such. No, I don't really go down that road. I do happen to mention, like, you know, the Mickelson and Morley, Sagnac, and Aries failure. You know, these things, Earth not a rotating ball stuff. I do drop that, and I give them a video that's called 5 Famous Experiments That Prove a Stationary Earth. I drop that on their heads every time, like a slab of concrete. Bang, there you go. There it is. And then I back it up with a challenge for the Coriolis that Flat Earth Sherman dropped in 2016, challenging any Glober to prove the Coriolis, and you will get $20,000. That challenge is still there.
When you say challenge, you talk about the Coriolis effect involving the Earth.
Can you say that again, Brian? Sorry?
Are you talking about someone challenged somebody to prove the Coriolis effect involving the Earth itself? Is that what it's about?
That's correct. The Globers were challenged in 2016, yes, about their rotating Earth. Now, the Coriolis effect would be real if the Earth is rotating, of course, but they've got to prove that, okay? And he's going to give them 4 directions into which to shoot, right? Because he's a military man himself, right? Weapons expert, US Marines weapons expert. He's asking the Globers to prove Coriolis. He will give you the targets to hit. He wants to see you dial in the maps, how you calculate. Yeah, okay, now hit the target.
Yeah, but
let's see it work. And if you prove
Coriolis. Technically,
Sorry?
that's not the Coriolis effect. What he's looking for them to prove is the rotation. He might be calling it Coriolis incorrectly, but what it actually is for them to prove the rotation.
Well, yes, that's what he's saying. Prove the rotation, which is which would be the Coriolis effect would be apparent if the Earth is rotating. It doesn't happen on a stationary Earth. There is no Coriolis on a stationary Earth.
If you have Coriolis, Graham, then you can prove the rotation.
There's no Earth-based
Say that again?
Coriolis.
If you don't have a Coriolis, you cannot prove rotation. Or opposite.
That's
if
correct.
You have a rotation,
That's
if you have a
correct. Yeah,
rotation,
that's
you
correct.
can demonstrate Coriolis. If you don't have a rotation, you cannot demonstrate Coriolis effect. That's it.
Right. Okay, well, that's what he's doing. That's what he's saying. He's correct in his challenge anyway. The challenge is correct. He wants to see the Coriolis through the rotation of the Earth. Okay? They're not going to be able to prove it. He's put the $20,000 down. The only stipulation he puts down to finalize that is that you've got to bring your $20,000 with your legal representative, okay? And then you all sign the document, so it's all official, in the public domain, and then the money's put into a safe right in front of everybody, locked up, and then you go and do the challenge. And if you win, you get $20,000. If you lose, I get $20,000.
Well, then that's not a
simple,
challenge. That's a bet.
Well, yeah, it's a bet, isn't it? It's a bet and a challenge, isn't it? Of course.
Let's do
It's a bet and a challenge, isn't it?
Let's collect money.
Yeah. And that challenge is still there. Great little 30-minute, because 10 minutes explains the challenge. Then it goes on to the famous experiment that was conducted in Britain, whereby they fired a cannonball pointing skywards. They fired a cannonball. It went up for 14 seconds and then came back down 14 seconds. That was 28 seconds. And it landed right by the cannon. Sometimes the cannonball went back into the muzzle, okay? But if the Earth was rotating where England is, the UK at 600 miles per hour, it should have been 5 miles west. The cannonball should have landed. That's what this video documents. That the Earth isn't rotating.
That's so 2015.
Yeah, 2015. Yeah, brilliant. I love that stuff. Yeah, that was a 2016 video. Flat Earth Sherman. I think his name is something Angelo. Something Angelo is his real name, but he goes by the Flat Earth Sherman. And he put out that he's a US Marines weapons expert. Put out the challenge out there and the bet, of course. Brilliant it is. Fantastic.
That was a year where flat earthers were saying there is no geometrical horizon. It's refracted.
Yeah. The black swan. Exactly.
No. Before 5 years before the black swan. It was.
Yeah, the black swan was 2016, wasn't it, or 2017?
2020.
No, black swan wasn't 2020.
It was. I remember the day. It was January.
Yeah.
No, it was before that, surely. No,
It was pointed out before that, but the black swan argument wasn't made until. Hang on again. Sorry. It was pointed out prior to 2020, but the black swan argument itself wasn't formulated until 2020, January the 4th.
Yeah,
because I heard of the black swan before 2020, well before.
Yeah, the black swan argument, the logical consistency is Karl Popper, but it's just being applied to us in 2020, 1st Jan.
Yeah. Until that moment, Earth has the geometrical horizon, and flat earthers were saying there is a refraction, and that changed with the black swan. They started to to claim refraction, even if it's horizon there, where it is. That's the history. And in future, horizon will become curved also with the. That was not in the past.
When I was on the 24/7, they were arguing black swan, and that would have been 2017, 2018, not 2020.
No, it's not possible.
No way they were arguing Chewy's Black Swan in 2017. No way.
2018.
No, 2020.
Yeah,
Jim,
Not a
Chewy put
chance.
it
1st January
more than
2020.
Right. They might have had a version where they're describing the horizon being beyond the geometric limits, but the way it was laid down with the Karl Popper example of if you're suggesting that all swans are white, you only need one black swan, and that's one geometric horizon destruction in the form of that picture. That's been put together as a logical consistency and then released to the public 1st of January 2020.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
was making
2020
the
then,
argument.
yeah, right. I thought it was earlier.
I was making the argument that the horizon was not where they needed it to be, right, back in at least 2017, if not slightly before that. But I did not formulate it into the Black Swan. The Black Swan was formulated by QE on 1st of January 2020. So people could very well have been pointing out that the horizon was not matching the globe prior to that point, but no one created the logical consistency argument that QE created. That was the topping of it. And that was the thing. So the argument itself, or the observation itself, wasn't first noticed in 2020. The observation was noticed well before that, but it wasn't made into a proper argument. So I'm guilty. I'm guilty of not making it into a proper argument because I myself used this as an argument, but I didn't make it into a proper argument. Like you can go back to the Jay Tolan media video of him videoing Mount San Jacinto, and you'll see in the comments there, his original video was, you'll see me, this is in some early 2017, you'll see me asking people, where's your horizon? Where's the horizon that's supposed to be at this distance from Jay Tolan? Where is it? You know what I mean? I'm seeing Santa Monica here, whereas I shouldn't be seeing Santa Monica. You know, things like that. There's a beach where I shouldn't be seeing this beach. You know, if what you're saying is true. You know, that was my point towards it at the time. So I was pointing out that, and I got a lot of pushback, but I didn't then go off and formulate it as an argument. I don't even think I was hardly making videos at the time. So if I had been more savvy, I would have formulated it as an argument, but I wasn't. QE was savvy in January 2020.
Yeah, because it is a good argument. It's a great one. And Dave Tolman Media, he went on to show us Hudson Bay and its splendor, so flat, unbelievable. I was moved when I saw that. I thought, it is flat, isn't it? Look at that. Using the infrared, and we could see Hudson Bay. 500 miles of flatness. Wow, that is beautiful. Yeah. He did some good stuff, Jay Tolman Media. I was talking about him yesterday. So I still use all the material that's out there from way back when, because that stuff's good. They were talking about, who are they talking about? They were talking about the Globers. Who was it now? Oh, yeah, that's it. Paul on the plane, okay? Well, what do you think about Paul on the plane going back to the globe? I said, well, Paul on the plane, a man of impeccable integrity, has put out a lot of good work. If he wants to go back to the globe, that's up to him. But I'm still going to reference all the good work that he did. He's left a good legacy of good work that's proving the Earth isn't a globe, and we're going to use that stuff. So whatever he does is up to him. I'm not fazed at all. He can do what he likes. Still going to use his stuff.
Jim,
thank you.
Jim, how can someone go back to the globe when they've already proven it's flat? It doesn't make, you know what I mean? So it's a stupid question from them.
Makes no sense at all. Yeah.
Money.
Right. Well said there. Yeah, it could be money.
The motivation is not really the thing. I'm not trying to put it down what you're saying. I'm just saying the motivation, going into the motivation of it takes away from the fact. If he has proven it's flat, and he did, then how can he go back to a globe? It makes no logical sense, does it?
Exactly that. That's why I said to them, he might be confused, who knows, but the work that he's done to prove flat Earth will stand the test of time. So that's definitely going to be there. The same with Jerem. They've all done some good work. Well, that work will be visualized. Don't care what anyone says. You don't have a globe.
Well, even
even
if he didn't prove it, it has been proven without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah.
No ifs, buts, or maybes.
Yeah.
So how anyone can say they're going back to a globe at that point is beyond me, to be quite honest with you. It's obviously not because of globe arguments or proof. It's not geometric proof, that's for sure.
No.
Because that doesn't exist for a globe.
Yeah. That's right. Do you remember they used to say, once you go flat, you don't go back? And he said that himself. So there you go. They've all said it. So there must be, like I said, an ulterior motive. Money. Okay, that's a good one.
You can't go back to Narnia when you find out that the back of the wardrobe is made of wood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Bang on the money, that was. Yeah, they expect us to implode when they hear that. I said, one man is not all of flat Earth, one man. And, you know, I'm not going back to the globe. That's never going to happen. Okay? And that's the most important thing. It only needs one man to be blowing the whistle to wake everybody up. I am that man. Believe you me.
Yeah, that's why I was giving you praise earlier, Jin. That's exactly what I was driving at. Yeah? Because I've had the same sentiment. It doesn't matter if it's just me saying it. You know, I don't need a consensus behind me. And you have a similar sort of attitude. And I like it. I applaud it. In other words, you don't need to be passing on any praise. You know what the world is. And as far as you're concerned, so long as you're saying it, that's it, right? So, yeah, well said.
Yeah, and that's what gets right up their nose. It gets right up their nose because I say to them, you must establish a standard that you are satisfied with, ladies and gentlemen. That is your right. Do not be operating on other people's standards that are leading you astray. You establish that standard that you're satisfied with. Stick by it as long as it's full of integrity and it's honest. You go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and in that regard, it flies in the face of what they want, because what they want is absolute consensus. And you fly in the face of that. Yeah, you not agreeing with them ruins it completely. You know, you need to agree with us because we need absolute consensus. That's what they want. Yeah, so just the one man standing against them is enough to be a fly in their ointment, and it always will be, because you stand against the absolute consensus that they desire, so that they don't have to think about it anymore. Everyone agrees is a powerful statement. You don't, though, do you?
And I say, I don't agree. I will never agree, is what I say to them. I will never agree. Sorry, no.
Jin, how can you go back to something that doesn't exist? Even the statement on going back to it, or how can you go back to it, makes no logical sense. What I just said there makes no logical sense.
It's absolutely wrong, isn't it? It's absolutely wrong.
Yeah, you can't go back to something that was never there to begin with. There's nowhere to go back to. You never were there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm hoping that they're winding them up and they're going to come back to the flat Earth, is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's a psychological bash on the globers to wind them up, because like you said, Brian, nothing to go back to. It's not there. Where are you going? To what?
I have one hypothetical.
Oh, go on. Let me hear it.
If Earth start to curve, let's say in the next year, 8-inch miles square everywhere, then you will go back to the sphere. Is that correct?
Yeah, to put it another way, if you had globe measurements, you'd be happy.
Yeah.
What if you're offered $500,000 to go back?
That wouldn't be enough.
You act like $500,000 is a lot of money.
It's enough for enough people that have done it.
You reckon that's the amount? Yeah, I like this. I know it's only speculation, and maybe you'll annoy everyone
it's
around.
ongoing.
Guns,
they get paid ongoing. It's not just the one lump sum. You're earning a wage like $10,000 a month or $5,000 a month just to do what you're doing. Look at Jaron, fucking bonehead.
All right, guns. Let Nathan speak.
No, I'm asking him. I'm encouraging him to do what he's doing because he's suggesting that it wouldn't be the case that they'd say, "Yeah, we'll give you $500,000 and then you just have to shill for flat Earth for 10 years." It'd be more like, "Yeah, you'll get 10 grand a month. And then every so often you'll get different instructions on what you need to be doing this month, and then you just do it for the rest of the time. Do whatever you need to do, And if you manage to make an extra bit of coin off the YouTube channel or whatever it is that you're doing, then fine. But we'll pay you this amount, and when we tell you to do this, you'll do this." Right? That's what you're suggesting.
Right. Yeah, they have to grease them. It takes a while, to grease these people. So it could take a month before they switch, or 2, or a week, or a day. But they have to grease them, just like an axle on your car has to be greased. You got to convince them because some people are pretty stubborn, right? Anyway, that's
So what's your outlook on Angels of Light, Guns? Now that you heard yesterday, what about Angels of Light?
Angels of Lice, Angels of Lice. That's what I look at him as. Angels of lice in your hair. Just you can't get rid of them,
Well, he's got free energy.
I don't know what's going on. Some of these guys just get angry at the flat earthers and say, "Screw you guys. I'm going back over." They're not all shills, right? There's a lot of them that just hate the FED and they just say, "Screw you. I'm going." Whatever. Or they're just
what do you mean, delusional people? People who think that whether or not they comport with us has some bearing on their life. Oh, screw you, FED. Okay. I'm glad I'm influential. If that was the attitude and someone told me that, I'd be like, wow, I had that much influence over you. My God, I had no idea I was that influential.
You do, though. FED does, and QE, whatever, Quantum Eraser, they have such an influence, it's causing this rift. It caused the final experiment. That's, everything was caused because of the exposure of the actual truth that FED and QE present, and Brian, et cetera, et cetera. This is how they're fighting back, and they have unlimited resources to fight back. Like they can have YouTube censor you forever. Like you said, like if you punch in flat Earth, fucking Sideman Dan will come up or something. They're already doing it. Like they take flat Earth serious because, especially, you might only have 50, 30, 40,000 subscribers. But one person tells another person, tells another person, tells another person, and they might not subscribe, but they're watching your show. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's enough said. Cheers.
Yeah, it's just to help you along there. It's a threat to national security. That's what they've said. Flat Earth.
Yeah. Putting it bluntly, yeah. Yeah, can you imagine the revolution that would happen in the world if all of a sudden people woke up, like say 80% of the population? There'd be a bloody revolution. Governments would be sending out the troops to annihilate everybody. Like seriously, you got to be realistic, right?
Yeah. There is a new documentary that's come out in just recent days. It's called The Agenda, Their Vision, Your Future. And it talks about everything we've been talking about. The only thing that's missing is flat Earth. They're talking about everything else, just not flat Earth. And they keep driving home the globe and the planet. They're the only two words that will annoy you. But
they won't address flat Earth. Because if they address flat Earth, they're letting everyone know that that's a problem for them. So that's the biggest thorn in their side is flat Earth. Without a doubt, there's not even remotely close to it in size and impact. So what they must do is not address it and pretend it's not a thing and have it ridiculed, right, as a joke, because that's the best way to deal with it, because that is the thing that will completely turn their wheelbarrow over. Their wheelbarrow will be upside down because of that. And that's why they everything else is always more important. Always. Yet these things come and go. And then every time the war from 5 years ago, the pandemic nonsense, the this, the that, the other thing. I'm not saying they don't have importance, but everything is given forefront importance, right, all the time. And while all that is going on, They're telling you you're on a globe. Right? So you're focused on COVID. You're focused on the war in Ukraine. You're focused on something happening in Palestine. You're focused on this thing, that thing, the other thing. And I'm not saying they're not important. But while you're doing all that, you're being told you're on a globe. The root of the problem is that, right? And until people see that, they're going to keep on focusing on everything else as more important all the time. But the problem is the war in Ukraine, bad and evil at all that it is, it'll come and it'll go. Before the war, during the war, and after the war, they'll be telling you you're on a globe. Right? So the consistency is that you're on a globe. Right? All these other things are important things that are put out there on the forefront, and we're called a conspiracy theory. And we're lumped in with JFK assassination and blah, blah, blah. Sure, the JFK assassination and 9/11 and all these things were massive events at the time and everything else are not taken away from them, but they pale in comparison to this. Nothing in comparison. If you really want to really view it, they pale in comparison to this topic. This is the topic. And that's why people like us have the least amount of subscribers. We get the least amount of promotion. They can't deny us because we're just pointing out what they do. They measure the earth flat, they aviate the earth flat. Do you know what I mean? They navigate the earth as a flat plane. You know, they survey it, everything. So they can't deny those things. So they can't deny us. They just make sure that the least amount of people possible get to hear us. Or if they do get to hear something, they get to hear David Weiss and Angels of Light talking about free energy, pumping out a lot of lies.
Yeah,
that's what they
get. I've posted that documentary in the server there, so if anyone's interested, it's in the main text chat there. It's really good, and you will notice the two words that will annoy you will be globe and planet, because they do that a lot through this. But they're highlighting the future that's coming for humanity. You know, the technological digital prison that they're ushering in
one
at
without a
breakneck
flat
speed.
earth. One without a flat earth.
Yeah,
one without a flat earth. One on a globe. Yeah. Listen, you can go back and listen. I only heard, I think it was a documentary or a news segment from back in the 90s, I think it was, back in about 95 or 6. And they spoke about the earth, they just referenced the earth as they were speaking about it. And they said, right across the earth, right? They didn't say globe, they didn't say global, it was right across the earth, right? All across the face of the earth, these kind of things were being used within mainstream documentaries from BBC or whoever. Now, you will never
all
hear
over the
anything
world. The
globe
other
and
one was
global.
all over the world. All over the world.
And you will hear it too. People are so indoctrinated. Some people are paid maybe, but people are so indoctrinated, you will hear it with podcasters and stuff like that. Whereas when it gets to referencing the earth, they're so caught when it comes to globe and flat that they can't deal with the flat, that they'll emphasize the word global. When they're speaking, they'll go within their sentence. They go blah 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 global, and like they're nearly gritting their teeth as they're saying it. They're trying to re-indoctrinate people because they don't want to deal with the truth, right? So you'll hear globe and global constantly. You never hear across the world or across the face of the earth. You never hear those kind of things in mainstream anymore. You just don't hear them. They don't use them. They make a point of not using them. Yeah.
That's right. That's very true. It's deliberate language they're using there, yeah. Because as you said before, they would say across the earth, across the face of the earth, all over the world, that kind of thing, right? But now it's all around the world. And like I said, global, planet, the planet. We ought to rescue the planet all the time. Those are the words they're using
everything's a
all
global
the time
issue.
now.
Everything.
Yeah, yeah.
That proves how serious this movement or whatever fact or reality is to the governments of the world. They have news outlets specifically with globes in the background, you know, like this is the global news. Like it's in every walk of life. And like you said, the newscasters, they can't say across the world anymore. They say around the world or the other side of the earth or et cetera, like that, right? Anyway, I'm out.
Well, back in the
Well,
back in the
they don't
'70s, you
even
had,
say around the world. Well, I'm
and in
sorry.
the '70s you had Wide World of Sports, scanning the globe. That's how they used to start it. So you can't, not all of it, but I understand what you're saying.
No, they did have often reference to the globe, and they might have the globe in the background, but their speech, like they don't even say around the earth anymore. They say around the globe. It's always the word globe and global. They focus on that because that relates to a sphere. So they never stop using those words. They don't even use around the world anymore. Or, you know what I mean? They don't even use those. You never hear that. It's always globe and global these days.
Yeah, Neil, I remember Wide World of Sports with Johnny Esau, I think it was.
We have to now. When we were doing prescribing training, they use a terminology which I'd never heard before, which is basically to encourage you to go ahead and be confident. And if you ever needed to support what your actions, always list the global considerations. Which, when you're talking about treating a human being, I don't know what global, but that's that again. They just force this term. The introduction of this terminology is apparent. Talking about terminologies, did you see my breaking news last night, Brian?
No, Adam, I didn't see anything. What's that?
Give me 30 seconds of your time, ladies and gents.
That's
Gavin
okay.
Newsom talking about Donald Trump. Listen for the magic word.
The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Why did you play that?
I heard it, Adam. Say it again, Adam.
You're on mute, Adam. I don't know if you meant to be, but I can't.
Meanwhile, California's burning.
Sorry. Was. So, bloviating. The only person I've ever heard use that before is AI. And now Newsom's accusing Trump of it. Just a bit of nonsense, but thought it was amusing.
Northern Canada's burning up too. There's smoke in our city, and we're about 600 miles from where the fires are.
You'll be all right then. That's the other end of the country as far as we're concerned. 600 miles.
Yeah, but not
that's in Glasgow.
Thousands of people thousands of people have evacuated. They've lost everything. A whole town's burnt right down up in the northern part of Saskatchewan and Manitoba. They supposedly arrested 2 people for starting the fire, which is a crock of shit. We all know that. Oh yeah, arrested 2 people, or like how would you? Oh, anyway, forget it. You guys know what? You can read between the lines.
Paint your roofs blue.
See, what happens is we have all these fires. They have to hire 1,000 people, interim, to help put fires out. So there could be a reason that fires get started is in order to get these unemployed people some jobs. That's one option. That's not my thinking. I just heard that down the road through the grapevine.
Yeah, I actually heard that one as well last year. I heard that last year. Canada had 2,000 fires last year. 2,000. Wow.
Basically, there's
Well,
forestry right across northern Canada. There's forestry everywhere, right from East Coast all the way. There's forests everywhere, right to the British Columbia and Yukon.
And I didn't think there was anything to burn in California. I thought they burnt it all last year. So, well, you know, who knew? California still on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, the directed energy weapon is an option. It's pretty outlandish, but I don't know. There's people on the case that seem to have proof, but you know, you can't prove anything against the government or well, the military, whoever is behind all these fires in California. But I heard it, you know, a lot to do with the land, like forcing people out so they can take the land that the rich people get it or something. I don't. You can hear all kinds of bullshit, but it's it's
Well,
pretty fishy.
yeah, what you're saying again is what we I mean, I think we're at the tip of the spear because we actually know what's going on to a certain degree, more so than those who have been indoctrinated and still are. And in this documentary that I posted called The Agenda, it touched on what you just said there, and that is like the word they use is land grab, which is what we've been saying for ages. This is what they're doing. They're wrecking the earth. They're burning the land, grabbing that land from the would-be farmer, so they're taking his money, you know, taking his land, pennies on the dollars, and then turning it into GMO farmland. That's what's going on. It's just a land grab, I feel, at this point. All these fires. I mean, why are they doing it, you know? Terrible.
That's a good point. Very good point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that I got that from 2010 and 2012, chemtrails, and then the sequel. It's called Why? What in the world are they spraying? That was the first one, and then the sequel was Why in the world they're spraying? Yeah. There's two. There's what and there's why. Both of them together, right?
They're
And
excellent documentaries. Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. So this agenda is like a continuation, or should I say it's an awakening for those who are just waking up, because it touches on everything that you've just mentioned already anyway. And it just gives you an insight. I think it's still worth a watch to see what this technological prison is going to be like with the real, they're pushing the real digital IDs, okay? Cryptocurrencies being pushed heavily, et cetera, et cetera. It's worth a watch anyway. I watched it. That's why I put it in the server. Okay.
About 15 years ago, I spoke to an Environment Canada agent. I sat down with him at my brother's restaurant. And, he's a regular customer. I sat down with him and I go, so what are they spraying in the sky? Like I knew all along, you know, I'm playing dumb. I was still working, you know. I said, what are they spraying in the sky? Oh, that's contrails, condensation. And I just looked at him, and you could see the stone-faced lie, you know. Well, maybe he didn't even know, but he, you know, bald-faced lied to me, you know. And I'm just like, okay, sure. And like he knows he knew where I worked. But yeah, it's if a person can't look up in the sky and see what's going on, like you said, it's the indoctrination, the programming. People don't see the clouds forming, the sun being blocked out. Don't they see that? Like, it's craziness, man. That's what I mean. If 80% of the population woke up, it'd be the end for these guys. They'd be done.
Yeah, it's like Brian said, the wheelbarrow will be turned over. That's revolution right there. So Brian summons it up brilliantly. That's why they don't mention flat Earth, because it will top over. That apple cart's gone. You know, heads are going to be rolling. It'll just be mayhem. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But that's why they won't dare mention flat Earth. Can they? They're scared.
Right. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.